Yep. Playing FIFA again. Uh, Gonna start off with some rivals. Definitely gonna have to get into some Gran Turismo, see what the new races are. And then Call of Duty. Um, Subnautica we may get to tonight. I don't know. Mhm. Mhm. And yeah, still haven't figured out that sound thing, so I'm gonna have to be resetting the capture card every now and then. As always, what am I working on now in FIFA? Well, I'm trying to finish the evolutions for Camavinga. The freaking El Clasico was yesterday. It was horrible. It was horrible. I'm actually glad I didn't watch it, but I definitely found out about the score and I wasn't a fan. Wasn't a fan of the score. So I'm trying to level up Camavinga right now. And then there's another evolutions I wanted to do. I think I might level up Dumont Ray or Dumornay a little bit more. I see another evolution that I could put her in, or I might level up Rodrigo, or really I might level up Fleury just to get her like a completed evolutions like thing because like this like uncompleted one it kind of annoys me. And I don't know why. Well, I know why. Like I was working on evolutions, FIFA pissed me off, and I was like, screw this game, and I put it down, and then the evolutions expired. So we'll see how it goes. I'm in Division 6. Nothing to write home about. Oh yeah, let me actually turn up the brightness from now, because let's go to 148. Can I type it in? No. 148. 140. Oh, this one can't. All right, we'll do 147 for that. And 140. No, 149 is not that big of a deal. Apply. Okay. All right. Camavinga.
Well, just the sort of weather the fans were hoping for this evening. It's absolutely ideal. I'm Derek Ray, and keeping me company here on the commentary gantry is Stuart Robson. And we have action coming up for you from foot rivals. It's the Velvet Touches versus the Bears.
Well, I'm looking forward to this, Derek. They've played some really entertaining football in recent weeks. They'll certainly fancy their chances coming into this one today.
Oh, very effective play, and they might be onto something. Rodrigo. That's a good-looking ball.
Oh my goodness, stop
For the
it.
goalkeeper, and on that basis,
Stop
wonderful chance for
it.
himself. And a look at the starting 11 for
Oh, I think
development touches. Thibaut
my food would be
Courtois
here
is the
like right
keeper
now.
of choice. Jude Bellingham starts alongside Eduardo Camavinga in the centre of midfield, and they line up with just the one striker
I wish I
looking
could
to
level
do
up
a bit of
Kamavinga's
damage.
endurance. Yep, it is here. Of course it is. Well, this game's a wash because I have
Jude Bellingham.
to put this food away.
Oh, that's a super piece of defending. Great defending. Bellingham. And the post denied him. Managed to
Shoot,
get it
I'm
out of there.
sorry. Oh man,
Oh,
they're
what
like,
an
okay. Yeah, yeah,
accomplishment,
yeah.
whatever way you
No,
slice
out.
it.
Okay. Coming. Hang on one sec, y'all. Okay. Yeah, the food came. I had to put it away. All right, let's do this. Edit. Okay, this game's for real. This one is the real one. Person isn't paying attention. All right, let's try this again. I did have a couple videos saved for today. It's going to be a mix of game play or game reviews or like upcoming just information, you know. Something I'm trying to incorporate is essentially like other people's hard work because I don't really want to do all that research. Um,
A warm welcome on what is a lovely evening for football. I'm Guy Mowbray to bring you commentary along with the former England forward Sue Smith. And we've got action from division rivals coming right up. It's the Flyboys, and they take on the Velvet Touches.
Well, thanks, Guy. I can't wait for this one today. The atmosphere is buzzing, and I'm hoping the football lives up to it.
The ball is rolling, we're underway. This is today's Flyboys team.
Yeah, it's a 4-4-2 with a diamond in the midfield.
Oh, it's in! An early opener to get the game going. And the game restarts with the score 1-0. Stanway. And played back to Allison. Ryan Aitnouri. Solskjaer. The ball there lost by the Flyboys. Able to skip past. Genuine chance. And a marvellous save.
Well, I thought that was a goal, but he showed his quality there with a big save.
And it's a short one. Camavinga. Rodrigo. Could be a chance. Oh, excellent work. But he can't prevent the follow-up. No wonder he's furious. And he's got every right to ask questions of the defence. Where on earth were they? So it's 2-0 as the ball gets rolling again. The Flyboys have it back. And the Flyboys are starting to flow here. Now, this has to be. And there's the whistle.
penalty.
And the spot kick is seen as sufficient punishment. No yellow card.
Yeah, and I can understand the frustrations. He's lucky not to get a card there.
Well, if there were any nerves, they didn't show. A well-taken penalty.
Penalty.
Well, we can see it here again, and he guesses the right way, gets across the goal well, but just can't quite get anything on the ball to keep it out. Really unlucky here.
And that's a misplaced pass by a distance. Nothing more frustrating than losing possession from your own throw-in. Georgia Stanway. Stanway. Good cross into the middle. And that has ended up going wide. Didn't connect.
Push
properly.
up, push up.
Rodrigo. He looks the right ball. Now, this has to be.
Oh, stop.
Not just about making saves.
I should have shot it. That was
Really
my. I
nicely
should have shot it.
played. What can they do with this now?
Trying to beat the keeper.
Both sides having a hard time keeping the ball at the moment. Ollie Watkins. He's beaten his marker here. Oh, excellent vision. Just needs the composure now. And it's a pretty good save by the keeper. Eduardo Camavinga. The counter looks on here. Options available. Dumone. Eduardo Camavinga. Good vision. And they've scored.
Nice. Oh, please quit. Just end it. Quit. Please quit. I think I just need one more assist. Now I just have to like. I think I still need to win like 2 more games. Please just quit. Come on, quit. Come on, quit.
It's a quality finish.
And the pass is incomplete. Nicely won. Kimmich. Mark Gay. On to Bellingham. Nouri. Stanway. Now with Kimmich. Ollie Watkins. In the right position to cut out the pass. Lovely incisive ball. What a chance here.
Penalty.
And the ref will take his name too.
Well, I don't think he had any choice, did he? You've got to be smarter inside the box.
A failure from the
And he
spot.
saves it. Oh my goodness, bro. How are they guessing where I'm going so
It's been
often?
comfortable, hasn't it? That
It's
back
pretty
line just
uncanny.
don't
Give me
seem
that.
to have an
Give me
answer. There's a
there.
real quality when they go forward. The movement, the crisp passes. I wonder how many they'll get if they continue with
Offsides.
this tempo.
And the timing has to be better there. Easily offside. Aitana Bonmati. Given away by Velvet Touches. Well, what a place to lose the ball just when the chance was on. That's out of play. It'll be a throw now. Ellie Carpenter. Aitana Bonmati. Rodrigo. The attack brought to an unceremonious end has to be in the book for that.
Damn, Alaba's not bad at freaking free kicks. That's really crazy.
It looked a good one, but it's been met by a more than decent save. Over the byline, corner kick to come. And they've gone with a short one. That's a good ball. Alaba now. Lovely tiki-taka football. Can they find the final pass?
No.
Disappointing end to a good spell on the ball. They could get caught out on the break here.
Bro, how do you allow that?
Tricky attempt. Good pressure this high up the pitch. Some useful space on the wing for the Velvet Touches. And that whistle brings the first half to a close. away we go then for the second half. Bellingham. Good patient build-up, but not quite the end product. Need to get tighter here. Now, this has to be. Oh, what a really good save that was. Now, this might be promising. Great chance here. It might still happen.
Oh,
Must be.
oh my goodness.
Switched on and ready to intercept there. Midfield possession, a key part of the real opportunity. It gets better and better.
He's not gonna quit. He's
Absolutely
working on something.
There's no stopping them in
He
this
probably
kind
just
of
needs
move.
to. He probably just needs a couple games. I didn't even see if you had any
And off
evolutions
we go
players on the
again.
field.
The gap now a full 5-0.
But 5-0, man, I'm out of here, bro. I'm not doing that shit.
And that's where it ends.
Like you
with
win, I don't
possession
give a
lost.
shit.
Chance now for a quick
Shit, after
transition.
3-0, I'm probably gonna be out. It
So
kind of
promising,
depends.
but it's come to nothing.
Definitely 4-0, I'm out. Good on him, I guess.
Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. Eight Nouri. And Velvet Touches have got it back now.
Oh, what a
Oh,
horrible.
they looked in there. That's nicely cut out. Fly boys need to be better on the ball. The referee playing advantage. And play is brought back now for the free kick to be taken. Velvet Touches struggling to keep the ball. Rodrigo. Could be a chance. Well, he went for power and got plenty of it, but it's whistled wide. Ryan Aït-Nouri. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. That's wasteful from Flyboys. Oh, they've lost it. The attack is over. Possession lost just at the point of something happening. Oh, good defending, just when it was looking threatening. Found nicely and in. And there's the hat-trick.
Wow, you quit now? You want to quit? Oh yeah. Okay. I think I don't have to do any more assists with Kamavinga now. I just have to maybe win more. I think I have to win one more. What do I got to do? Evolution check. Yeah. So, okay. Oh no, shit. I still got to get one more assist. I don't have to win though. I just got to get one more assist. Watch how hard it is to get. Just one more assist and just one more game in general. Shouldn't be too hard. Oh yeah, let me turn myself down a bit. That was one thing. I'm like really loud. Blue hair since 2012.
Hello and a warm welcome on what is a glorious night for football. Perfect playing conditions. I'm Derek Ray, in position to bring you live match commentary. And my expert analyst, as
Rafael
always on
Leao.
these occasions,
You
is
got
Stuart
Xavi in
Robson.
the middle.
And what we have on the menu is action from the Division Rivals League. It's the
Did I already
Velvet
like this
Touches
song? This already
versus
sounds like a
City.
song I would like.
Well, it doesn't
Liking
matter
it
how
now.
good your players are or what formation they're playing in, you have to earn the right to play. And I'm sure that would have been reiterated by both managers in the
No, no, no,
dressing
no,
room.
no.
Promising.
Might be a chance here. Oh, incredible save, and he snuffed out any sign of danger. And a look at the starting 11 for the Velvet Touches. Thibaut Courtois is the keeper of choice. Jude Bellingham starts alongside Eduardo Camavinga in the centre of midfield. And in this tactical setup, they have just the one player in attack. And the Velvet Touches looking menacing. And here's the starting lineup for City.
That was my
Mike
fault.
Maignan begins in goal. Ferland Mendy starts with Jesus Navas in the fullback positions. And it's two strikers up front who will look to provide the goal-scoring threat. Graham Hansen. Must take the lead here. I'm sure that was pushed well away from danger. Dumornay. And beating a marker. Good defending in the end, and danger averted for now. Well, he always has to be regarded as a dangerous opponent, so what should we expect to see from him in this game, Stuart?
Well, he's a player full of confidence at the moment. What a hat-trick it was in the last match. Every time the ball came to me, he looked really threatening. His finishing was excellent. He's certainly going to be a marked man today.
And that'll be offside. Well, there's a living, breathing example of positional sense. Rafael Leao. In the right place to cut out the pass. Rodrigo. Teammates available. Aitana Bonmati. Fleury. It's a neat move. Determined defending. Well, both sides guilty of giving the ball away. An encouraging move from the Velvet Touches. And back with Campos. Top-class defending. Camavinga. Now, options are plenty. A cut back. Looking for the right angle. An opportunity to forge ahead from this corner situation. And over it comes. Will it be? Oh, a save right out of the top drawer. Super stop. Really getting stuck in. Neto. And City being afforded too much room. They'll be breathing a sigh of relief. Ball one.
Stop it. Oof.
Well, somehow the goalkeeper got to it. It's a short one. Promising position, this. Tomori. They're relying very much on their passing game in a bid to take the lead. Crossing possibilities. Corner given. Who can they pick out? Well, the keeper very decisive. Bonmati. Aitana Bonmati.
No, bro.
Push that away from danger. Now in a more than decent position.
Ain't Kamavinga to come up.
Luis Fleury. Intelligent threaded pass here. Well, it was close, but offside nonetheless.
Well, it's a matter of inches there, but he just went a fraction too early.
Good idea. Oh, crucial tackle. Brilliant. Camavinga. Oh, lovely weighted ball. They might be...
Golazo, papá!
Goal! Volleyed home with precision and style. Superbly done. And there it is, the half-time whistle.
Yeah. Okay, so I don't even need to win this game. I just needed to do that right there. I needed to get one more assist from Camavinga, and then just complete this game. And now I'll be able to level up Camavinga, complete that evolutions, and then I see a free evolutions that I want to try. The only thing, dog, so I feel like he has a lot of good play styles for like the middle of the field, but that energy one, I don't know what it's not that good for him, I guess, because his stamina, he still gets spent in like minute 60. I need to sub him out.
And the ball is moving again, with the Velvet Touchers looking to build upon a positive first-half performance.
Raul. What's Raul on? Raul, you'll be doing me a big favor if you just quit this shit right now.
Bellingham.
Now,
And
please
very
just quit
nicely
this shit. Damn.
positioned to win it back. Now, counter-attacking possibilities here. Well, it broke down, alas. Graham Hansen.
No, she wasn't. Was she? 71. See, he's already needs to be subbed out soon.
He has raised his flag, offside. Well, a good place to win it back, and let's see what it leads to. This could level it. And under pressure, that was a fine claim. Real attacking intent from the Velvet Touchers. Guijarro. Xavi. Oh, it's a superb challenge. Very timely. Eduardo Camavinga. And now Rodrigo. Well, that's a fine-looking pass. Just the challenge that was required. Now, who can she play it to? Just have to make sure they don't get caught on the counter-attack. Well, they couldn't quite use that break in the manner that they'd hoped. An example of how to press. Really fine piece of defending play to break it up. The referee spotted the little nick on the way through, so a throw-in coming up. Dangerous looking attack. And he stopped them in their tracks. It might be. And he's done it. Parity again. A magnificent game unfolding. Really favours this position. A tremendous block.
Well, as you can see from those stats, they're just not creating enough.
All right. Yeah, Camavinga's spent.
They need to play at a quicker tempo, get the ball into the danger area and get more players in the box. Make the opposition have to defend it.
Jude Bellingham. Happy to take on the shot. Jesus Navas. This is Coman. And continues his run. Lining it up. Well, that's how to do it inside your own penalty area. And Jorge Campos has it now. Marquinhos with the block.
The shot.
Chance here perhaps to invigorate their aerial targets. And it was a poor attempt, and a goal kick it is. Now we're inside the final 15 minutes. Guijarro. Fruitful looking attack. Oh, fine play. And there is the goal! He's found the net!
A little bit,
They get forward, but time is very much against them here. And a free kick awarded by the referee. This could be the equaliser. Oh, a goal! That levels it in the closing phase of this game. So underway again, and it's a story of parity. 2 goals apiece in this one. Luis Muriel. Read it superbly to take back possession. Forward they go again. Can they win this? Well, didn't go to plan in the end. Well, maybe a good position from which to counter. Chance to cross. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Well, that one has promise. And the velvet touchers had it once more. Now possibilities in the centre. He's in position. Some of the fans are screaming, have a go. And making sure there was no danger in the end. 1 minute of stoppage time has been added on. Well, the referee wasn't going to let that go. And the
Okay.
referee
Not a
brings this
win,
contest to an
but
end.
a
It
win in my
certainly
evolutions.
was pulsating. It had us on the edge of our seats. Stuart, your take.
Well, it was excellent.
So, not bad. Damn. I need to get up out of Division 6, man. Evolutions completed. All right. Nice. All right, let's see what else I can do. It'd be cool to. I tried to level up Kirby before. That'd be wicked. But I don't have 100,000 coin. Quarter Century Quest 2. Who can I level up with this? No. Nope. The octopus. I have thought about leveling her up. Oh no, never mind. 3-star, 3-star. No thank you. No thank you. No thank you. No thank you. Mentality monster. Bro, leveling up Karchawi would be fire. Eh. Hmm. Or I could go even harder and level up. Do Mornay. Get her even stronger. I might level up Karchawi, man. What about Rodrigo? Mm, I think I might level up Karchawi. Or I could level up Flurry just to get her. Dude, she's pretty strong. I'm gonna level her up. Yeah, okay. I guess I may as well try to just do some champs because it's Monday. How many hours do I have left? Oh, I'm not even qualified. This is gonna be. Wait, strength in numbers ends in 16 days. Champ ends in 6 hours. Shit. All right. Kamavinga. You know, Kamavinga, you're gonna stay on the field. I really just wanted to level you up and then put Patri back in, but you're staying in. You're staying in, Kamavinga.
Hello and thanks for joining us live here on EA TV. My name's Guy Mowbray and I'm joined by Sue Smith on the gantry. We've got the opening match from the playoffs coming right up. How do you see this one going then, Sue?
Can't see any of them.
To this one,
I wonder
guys.
why that
With
is.
there not being many games, every point is vital, so I'm sure they're going to start quickly whilst trying to maintain that organisation.
Oh my goodness, hurry up, mate.
First kick of the ball and we're away. In behind, can he finish? And there it is! The opening goal, and what a bright start it's been! Advantage played, no free kick. Well, with nothing coming from that, it will now be brought back for a free kick. And the Velvet Touches come away with it. The ball is lost, and the chance has gone too. Frank Ribery. Here's someone hoping to really enjoy a landmark match today as she brings up a century of games for the club.
Yeah, it's not always easy when you sign for a new team, but she's settled in so quickly. You can see that she gets on with her teammates and she's enjoying playing this style of football. What a great achievement for her.
That's not a foul? What the?
Williams. Oh, that might be one to talk about afterwards.
Oh, the whole thing's glitching because I don't even see my name on it either. Go figure.
Eduardo Camavinga. Showing good width with this attack. Promising ball. And he's got two now, and he's playing a starring role here. Good patient build-up, but not quite the end product. The ref allowing the game to flow.
That was a foul.
Found nicely and in. Melky Dumorne. Oh, good ball in behind. In behind, can he finish? Oh, well saved. That was a really good chance. There's a good amount of freedom here. Options available in the middle. Now, this might be promising. Ben Hansen. Oh, here we go. Free kick given. And they'll be queuing up to take it from here.
Oh, it is champions.
Oh, brilliant.
You win. Okay. 4 more chances to qualify. Let's see.
Welcome along to an evening that was made for football. The pitch is in great order too. My name's Guy Murray.
31.
I'm joined by fifth in the commentary position, and another exciting game from the Champions playoffs is on the way. It's the Comets, and they take on the Velvet Touches.
Yeah, and I'm sure they'll be disappointed with the last game. Far too many players not at their usual levels.
Hey folks, today is Friday, January 10th, 2025. As usual, my name is Jake Baldino, here to talk about all the video game news that has been going on this week. There's a lot of stuff, so let's just jump into the hottest story. It is another Assassin's Creed Shadows delay. Yep, that's right. You probably remember the game was slated to release last year in the year of our Lord 2024, which isn't that crazy now that we're in 2025 already? But hey, yeah, it was supposed to release in 2024, then it got delayed to February 2025. But now Ubisoft has announced that the game has been delayed once again, now releasing March 20th, 2025. So, a couple of weeks jump. And yeah, their statement reads as follows. We believe a few additional weeks are needed to implement the feedback and ensure an even more ambitious and engaging day one experience. They very much double down on this statement, saying feedback from the audience. So, you know, obviously this game has been plagued with issues and things since it was really kind of announced. For me personally, when I saw it at Summer Game Fest, I believe, or I saw it somewhere, it looked rough, really, honestly, just gameplay, visually, stuff like that. And recent gameplay stuff we've seen looks kind of rough. But thankfully, they did release a little snippet of parkour gameplay that does look a bit smoother. So it does seem like things are improving. But I do want to say, for some people that like don't know out there, you know, a jump of a couple of weeks, a delay of a couple of months cannot radically usually overhaul a game. Obviously, polish is important, and a lot of that time can be spent polishing and cleaning up the game, but you can't massively overhaul entire things. So I'm glad that they are being upfront and saying, hey, we're listening to feedback, we're going in, we're improving things, we want this to be the best game ever, obviously, of course, but I'm just curious to see how much is going to change, but also, like, it's getting a little dicey, like a little sweaty out there. We've talked in the past about Ubisoft's issues financially and everything, with them possibly looking for a buyout and not really having a big hit for a while. And now, of course, there's more recent stuff with them releasing more stuff about, like, you know, changing their strategies moving forward. But with Assassin's Creed Shadows, it seems like they're doubling down on really getting this thing right because they need a hit. A lot of, you know, analyst speculation out there has been like, this is a big bet for them at this point. And it's tough because now, think about it. It's releasing pretty close to the next Ghost of Tsushima game. Ghost of Tsushima 2. I forgot what it's called. Sorry. Ghost of Yote. So it's releasing, and then Ghost is just a couple of months later. So I'm not comparing, but like, it's hard when you're stacked up against what might be a more definitive Japanese game from that time period. Also, I know I'm getting a little rambly here, but like, if they do nail it, it can work out well. Because yes, there's been a lot of things that players have seen that they haven't been happy with, be it gameplay, story, whatever. But if they do get it right, people have been begging for an Assassin's Creed game in feudal Japan for years. I really hope they don't squander that potential now, but we're just gonna have to wait and see. Now, like I said, it's releasing March 20th, 2025. We'll be keeping you guys posted on that. We'll be reviewing the game, previewing the game, whatever. So yeah. Next up, CES 2025 has just kind of rolled out. We did a whole roundup video talking some of the gaming tech news that came out from that event. I'll link that in the description down below. But of course, the big thing is the new NVIDIA RTX cards, the 50 series. The 5090 is a big, crazy, beefy boy. It's going to cost like freaking $2,000 or an arm and a leg.
I think I already played this.
With that, they of course did some marketing stuff to show off the graphical power. The thing that caught a lot of people's eyes is this game that is like, technically I believe it's like a AA game. It's getting some NVIDIA backing, but it's still from a very smaller studio. This is Black State. We've talked about this in the past. Actually, I think we were one of the first people to really like show off the gameplay footage when it came out. And once again, now here we have more Black State gameplay with it running on a GeForce RTX 5090 card. This is like a third-person action stealth adventure game, and yes, it looks absolutely gorgeous here. It's bananas how good looking this thing is. Everything is working here, like, you know, the frame rate, obviously the resolution, but also the ray trace reflections, the lighting, the detail, everything is turned up to like a bajillion here. And yes, it is very exciting. I also am very much prone to enjoying a third-person action shooter game, but my question with this one is the same thing I said last time we saw this game like revealed, is you know, does it have substance? Is it all style? Some games I feel like teeter that line. We've had some success stories recently. Stellar Blade looked like it might have been all style, no substance, but after playing it, it actually has a lot of substance. So I'm hoping the same for Black State, but still, I need to see more. But at the very least, for now, we know that it is absolutely gorgeous. Like I said, we have a whole video rounding up CES stuff, but two things I wanted to highlight was the fact that Xbox is bringing like their whole Xbox thing and cloud gaming to LG TVs. This is significant because previously it was mostly just a Samsung deal, but as a fan of LG TVs and monitors for like my whole life now at this point, I'm glad to see this. This is a cool move, and it is once again Xbox doubling down on their getting Xbox everywhere, getting the Xbox ecosystem everywhere, including your grandma's new TV. Pop quiz, hotshot. Your grandma wanders into Best Buy. She has to buy a new TV. She buys an LG Smart TV. She stumbles upon Xbox on her TV when she's trying to find TiVo. What is the first game she's gonna play? I don't know, I just thought that was funny. But also, speaking of Xbox, they did announce a new Xbox Direct event, a live stream video. We'll see like a showcase of new game announcement type stuff. It's gonna be looking at games that are already announced, specifically South of Midnight and also Expedition 33. Expedition 33 is something I'm very excited for. What I have seen of that game just seems like a really awesome kind of like turn-based RPG. Also, Doom: The Dark Ages, we're probably going to get a good, substantial look at that now at this point, because that is releasing this year, I believe. But also a mystery game. We don't know what that game is, but it's a new game from a studio, and I'm excited to see what the hell that is. Hopefully they reveal something cool. I could use some meat, you know? Now, before we keep going, let's talk about the sponsor of this video. It's 2025 now. Chances are you're doing the whole new year thing. So one of the easiest things you can change up is how you listen to things. Yes, that's right, I'm talking earbuds, and I'm talking Raycon. Maybe you're working on yourself, need to clear your head, maybe you're going back to the gym. Earbuds really can do the job, especially Raycon's newest updated everyday earbuds. Their latest model is better than ever with a 32-hour battery life, multi-point connectivity, and active noise cancellation, which is something you don't normally get at this price point, and that's the whole appeal of Raycon. They're affordable, but they give you the features you want. Me personally, for 2025, I've been exercising, but I'm trying to step it up even more, which means get even sweatier, and thankfully, these things are sweat resistant, so I always have them in my bag ready to go. And while I do love the colors, they have variety for everybody. You can express yourself even more with the protective carrying case. You can get these cool little capsule covers if you want. Check them out. So if you want to check them out and it helps the show, go to buyraycon.com/gameranks to get up to 15% off site-wide. That's right, you can get up to 15% off everything on Raycon's website when you head to buyraycon.com/gameranks. It's in the description down below if you want to check it out. That's buyraycon.com/gameranks, and big thanks to them for sponsoring this video. Now let's get back to it. Also from CES, something cool, the Lenovo Legion Go S. Check this out specifically because it's not just another, like, you know, handheld competitor to Steam Deck. It's actually working with Valve. This is going to be the first other handheld, the first third-party device to run Steam OS. So it's going to feel like a Steam Deck, but on different hardware. This device is ever so slightly bigger. It's juiced a little bit differently. It's AMD, but it's got a little bit more power. It's going to have a Windows version like the previous Lenovo Legion stuff, but this one is going to be, the Steam OS one specifically, is going to be releasing in May, starting at $500. And I just want to say that this is good because it's Valve doing what they do, like they did it with you know, their VR backend stuff, essentially opening it up, keeping the ecosystem open, letting other people partner up and use it. You know, of course, there was all the talk back in the day of Steam machines with other PC hardware manufacturers, but now here they're letting Steam OS and, like, you know, the Steam Deck stuff go out and flourish on other devices with no restrictions. There is also, like, no exclusivity to, like, the Steam Deck doing something better than the Lenovo Legion Go S will do, which I think is cool. Just that total transparency, parity, just good consumer moves. Next up, some more Nintendo Switch 2 leaks. We've been talking about this every week consistently, the amount of stuff out there from accessories manufacturers leaking what it looks like, being pretty brazen with it. There was a lot of that at CES. So at this point, honestly, you could just Google Switch 2 and really kind of see what it's like. But one of the more interesting things here is a 360-degree video of it. This video, I will link the whole video and everything I talk about in the description down below. You can see that, you know, it's pretty similar. Slight redesigns to the Joy-Cons have been the biggest talk of the town, which is now pretty much confirmed at this point. But also, in terms of game leaks, we don't have much other than a new leak suggesting that third-party studios are going to be porting things to the Switch 2. The rumor floating around, the first one was Gotham Knights from Warner Brothers. Okay, cool. But also Nate the Hate leaker scooper rumor guy has been reporting that the Final Fantasy remake games are going to be coming to Switch 2, which, if true, that would be very cool. But we'll just have to wait to see where that goes. I just wanted to give a quick update on the just like deluge of Nintendo Switch 2 leaks. It's insane. I'm still curious to see, like, now we see the hardware, right? But I'm curious to see what's different with software. Where's the Nintendo gimmick? Did they change the UI completely? Is there some new fun thing added in there? Like, what's the feature? There have been rumors and rumblings about different things, none super concrete, but I'm just curious to see what the hook is other than that.
We made USAA for homeowners who like being ready. That's why we have safety tips for things like fires, home security, and USAA insurance.
It's new. Next up, some stuff I linked in the description down below, some videos and stuff to check out. The first is a gameplay deep dive for a game I'm very excited about, Atomfall. This has been on my most anticipated list. What I thought was initially going to be like BioShock / Atomic Heart in Northern England. It seems like it's a bit more in-depth, but it's really cool. It's from Rebellion, a development studio I really like. They make Sniper Elite games. So now here you get to see a lot of exploration and gameplay, and it is very intriguing. Definitely like a cool first-person shooter survival action adventure, which is honestly my type of thing. Also, a video announcing you'll be able to check out Monster Hunter Wilds a little bit more. There's an open beta test 2 going down in February. So in the link, all the detail is there if you want to sign up, get in on that. And speaking of that, From Software announced they are doing a network test for Elden Ring Night Rain. Yes, that is the new Elden Ring kind of spin-off that you can play with friends. So there's a sign-up link. They posted it on their socials and stuff like that. That'll be linked, of course, but this is going to be going from February 14th, celebrate Valentine's Day, to February 17th. I know a lot of people are going to want to get in on this, so they are saying you got to register before January 20th to get a chance to hopefully get it. So get on that. Also, on my channel, youtube.com/JakeBaldino, I posted my top 10 games of 2024, my favorite games. I've covered a lot of games for Before You Buy on Game Ranks, but I finally tried to narrow it down to my top 10 of the year. A lot of games I couldn't fit on the list because, frankly, I didn't finish. Final Fantasy VII Remake I didn't get to. I really liked Black Myth Wukong, but I didn't finish that. Metaphor as well. But my list still has some interesting games, some recommendations, stuff like that. Honestly, for 2024, where I did fall short is I didn't play enough indie games. Every year, I usually manage to squeeze in quite a few, but this year, I really didn't get to too many. So you bet your ass, 2025, amidst all the big other releases, I'm going to try and highlight some smaller stuff. Also, in terms of linking cool things in the description down below, people don't read enough, I think. So I try to link interesting articles and pieces that are well written when I can. And this is an interview with Ken Levine, of course, the creator of BioShock. And working currently on Judas, talking about the game creation process, but also media as a whole. He had some pretty interesting quotes and things to say about the creation of media and essentially keeping things fresh, innovating to keep people around. He points to Marvel and how once they stopped taking risks, people started to lose interest, and he kind of related that to game development and stuff like that. It's a fascinating read. I think he's always got some pretty interesting things to say. I'm excited to see when Judas actually finally comes out. But yeah, if you want to read up on that, do your homework a little bit. Like I say, we talk about games so much, we should be well read up on them. Check that out. Oh man, and some bummer news and some good news, kind of. The Transformers Reactivate has been canceled. Splash Damage, as the studio is apparently going through some things, restructuring, changing, because of how rough it is out there with all layoffs and stuff like that. Transformers Reactivate is now canceled. This one was teased. It was announced with like a cinematic trailer. It just seemed like a Transformers multiplayer thing. But the only bright side, or also disappointing side, is we got to see what it looks like. Somebody leaked a bunch of gameplay footage of it, and it looks freaking awesome. It kind of reminds me of like the old Transformers games, like the Activision ones. Remember, like War for Cybertron, stuff like that. So yeah, what could have been, but unfortunately is not. And unfortunately, that's a downer way to end this episode. But all we can do is look to the future. So with that, I want to know what you guys think of the news going on this week. Definitely let me know what you think of AC Shadow's delay and all that hubbub, and the Lenovo didn't go S. Anything you want, let me know in the comments. And of course, there's that pinned comment comment, reply below that. Let us know what you're playing for our research. If you live on the West Coast, if you live in Los Angeles, I hope you are safe. I hope you are well. It's pretty rough out there. We're thinking of you guys here, but with that, all I can say is I'm Jake Baldino. Have a great weekend, everyone. Be safe. Pizza's on me.
That's one taken for the team. The attack stopped, but maybe at a cost. Now, what can they do from here?
Oh, come.
Power on the effort, but just wide. Goal kick it is. Rodrigo.
Big ideas don't come easy,
Muriel.
but when you get one,
They need to be better on the ball.
use
than
that moment of clarity
Oh, good ball
to
in the
create
end.
a new reality,
The assistant raises the flag offside.
to turn your pastime into your full time, your personal style into your signature brand,
Yeah. Let's just seal that fade up right there.
into a household name. Your daydream
Back underway. All one now.
into your dream job. Your talent into a movement. From taking the first step to seeing it all come together. You can do it yourself.
Lovely weighted pass.
Wix.
Razor shot.
Talk about reactions. How good were his then? It's such close range. That's a brilliant save.
And the
TikTok is one of the only social media platforms where there is leftist sentiment that routinely goes viral. That's the reason why they want to ban TikTok to begin with. It's a major part of the problem.
We'll hear oral arguments today regarding the law that would effectively shut down the video sharing app in the U.S. And now President-elect Trump is weighing in. Dan Abrams standing by to break down the arguments. First, senior White House correspondent Selena Wang is at the court. Good morning, Selena.
TikTok will make its last stand. The app is set to be banned just days from now, so TikTok is making its final plea to stay in America.
Yeah, this is how they're making the plea. Look at these cool ass dances.
It's one of the most popular social media apps in America with an estimated 100 million.
Why is Scott Galloway bad? Yeah, he has interesting thoughts on toxic masculinity. Okay, that's fine. Just don't look at what he has to say about Palestinians and students who are in favor of Palestinian emancipation, or even like all this other stuff about like his opinion on masculinity and stuff. He's got a lot of weird takes. Anyway, let's continue with this.
Home to viral moments and everything from how-to tutorials.
You have to make these chopped Italian sandwiches.
To fashion and beauty trends.
These over here are the Cyber Monday deals I'm low-key looking at.
But in just 9 days, TikTok is set to disappear from America's app stores after Congress passed a law forcing its Chinese parent company ByteDance to sell the app or face a ban. Lawmakers from both parties and the White House argue it's a serious national security risk.
Oh, by the way, they are going to come after Tencent. They're going to come after League of Legends. I'm just letting you know right now. I am letting you know right now. They're going to come after League of Legends. They're going to come after Valorant. They're going to come after the drone producers. What is it called? DJIT or whatever, the Chinese drone manufacturers. They're going to come after Chinese router companies like TP-Link. I'm just letting you know. DJI, sorry, yeah. Yes, Marvel Rivals might be on the chopping block. I am letting you know right now that the way things are going, they're going to try to clamp down on anything and everything that is made in China. This panic is not going away. It is not going to subside. It is going to get much worse. Let's continue.
The Chinese government can force TikTok to hand over Americans' data and use the app to spread misinformation. TikTok denies those claims, saying its American operations are separate and arguing
Dude, there's nothing funnier. There is nothing funnier than saying TikTok is responsible for the spread of misinformation, which it is. Okay, that's true. But exclusively TikTok is responsible for spreading misinformation. Have you seen Twitter? Have you seen Facebook? Have you seen any of the social media platforms out there? Like, if you cared about the dissemination of truth, right? Or if you cared about like hate speech or you know, all of these like divisive, you know, all these divisive statements coming out of social media and like dividing the public, then apply European-style restrictions then. You will never do that, of course, because this has nothing to do with national security fears. This has nothing to do with misinformation that TikTok is causing. And everything to do with TikTok being a Chinese-operated company that is literally sucking up the rest of the social media marketplace, and they want to ensure that they're the only game in town. American-owned companies must dominate the land. TikTok doesn't offer the same backdoors that every other social media platform offers to the American intelligence agencies. That's a big problem for them. And also, it's not controlled by an American that is malleable, by a Westerner that is, you know, easier to control. That's the reason. That's why they absolutely hate it.
And violates the First Amendment right to freedom of speech. So far, federal judges have sided with the government, but later today, the Supreme Court's 9 justices will hear the arguments that...
I know they're already coming for Tencent. U.S. has Chinese tech giants to list of companies allegedly working with China's military. The U.S. Department of Defense has added Chinese tech companies Tencent, a social media and gaming giant, and CATL, the world's largest battery maker, to a list of firms that it alleges works with the Chinese military. And the thing is, they do. They do. Of course they do. You know who else works with the military, with their respective military? Every American company. Every company in the United States of America, from video game developers all the way to whatever, you know, whatever goods manufacturing we have that remains here, okay? It's so stupid. If anything, the Chinese collaboration with the government / the Chinese military is much more limited than the American, overt American collaboration that every single one of our software companies and hardware companies works directly with the American military. Yeah, from Microsoft to Facebook to Amazon, everything. If they take away my League of Legends, I'm going full treatlerite. Yeah, Tencent Epic Games also works with the U.S. military. Epic partners with SoarTech for government and military applications. Epic Games has selected SoarTech as our official provider of licensing. Inclusion of the Pentagon list does not result in immediate sanctions, but it could affect the reputations of the company's name and hinder their commercial progress, particularly if they want to do business in the United States. Shares in Tencent, which owns Chinese super app WeChat, were 6.5% lower in Hong Kong on Tuesday, while CATL's Shenzhen-listed shares lost more than 3%. They joined dozens of other alleged Chinese military companies on the list that the Defense Department alleges operate directly or indirectly in the U.S., according to a notice posted in the Federal Register on Monday. The Pentagon has said the so-called 1260H list, which is updated annually, is an important continued effort in highlighting and countering China's military-civil fusion strategy, a goal to develop the most technologically advanced military in the world by eliminating barriers between the country's civilian research and commercial sectors and its armed forces. Meanwhile, we got this going on. Mr. Beast, Kelly Clarkson, and Guy Fieri were approved for Pentagon funds last year as military recruitment hits record lows. Look at that. Yeah.
Like nation.
Mark Zuckerberg openly admitting that Meta works with the intelligence community to identify foreign influence operations. Like, that's the major reason why they're so upset with TikTok too. And obviously the straw that broke the camel's back was when they got the Israel lobby on board with banning TikTok. Because if you recall, Donald Trump initially said he wanted to ban TikTok when he was president. There was a lot of motion to ban TikTok. This materialized and became a full-blown, he wanted to do it via executive authority. It didn't work, right? Then they turned to Congress, and the final straw that broke the camel's back was post-October 7 when the ADL got involved. When ADL and other, Israel lobby arms got together and wanted to ban TikTok because there was too much pro-Palestinian sentiment going on those platforms, as opposed to like Meta, where if you say anything even remotely pro-Palestinian, you get banned. they were able to finally push Congress to take action, which they did, and then they voted for it, and then it went all the way up to the Supreme Court, and now the Supreme Court is discussing whether or not to ban this website, and virtually all members of the supposedly liberal media, supposedly mainstream liberal media, are on board with this ban as well. Meanwhile, Donald Trump, given the advantages that he got from TikTok and a last-ditch effort, I think, from TikTok that opened up the content faucet for right-wing sentiment to thrive even more than it does, is now trying to save TikTok. At least that's what he's saying he wants to do.
That will determine TikTok's fate. After President-elect Donald Trump, who trying to ban TikTok during his first term, urged the Supreme Court to put the law on hold.
It's sad. It's really, really sad.
Hanging in the balance, many content creators and small businesses who make a living off of the app.
Hey there, I'm Nadia.
Like Nadia Okamoto, who has over 4 million followers.
If TikTok were to go away, we would be facing a really, really challenging situation.
Yeah, this is a very real issue because TikTok is virtually the only game in town for a lot of small businesses that have, become very successful small businesses. It's not even a joke. Like this is straight up something that I brought. This is something that I brought up as well.
Now, if the ban does go into effect, TikTok isn't just going to disappear from your phone, but new users won't be able to download it and you won't get those software updates, so eventually the app would just stop working. Now, the Supreme Court is expected to make its final decision sometime next week before that January 19th deadline. Guys?
Okay, Selena, thanks. Let's bring in our chief legal analyst.
I mean, I wouldn't be mad because this means one less deliverable for me at work. I think that it is absolutely ridiculous that they are banning TikTok. Here's Mitt Romney openly admitting why they want to ban TikTok, by the way. I just want to point this out. Here it is.
So awful. I know that's not your area of expertise, but you have to have some thoughts on that, which is, I mean, as you've said, why has Hamas disappeared in terms of public perception?
I don't know how you can see how badly TikTok has broken people's brains, and I think it's bad to ban it. I don't agree with their reasoning, but it would be a net good. No. You want to know why? Because, and I've repeated this over and over again, TikTok is one of the only social media platforms where there is leftist sentiment that routinely goes viral. Every other social media platform actively clamps on this sort of sentiment and genuinely stops its distribution. That's the reason why they want to ban TikTok to begin with. It's a major part of the problem. So I say, if there are going to be no restrictions whatsoever, then yeah, I don't want the only platform where there is somewhat of a 50-50 split on left-leaning sentiment versus right-wing supercharged conspiracy theories is better overall than platforms like Twitter that is like completely overtaken by neo-Nazi nonsense. That's it. Yeah, exactly. TikTok is the most left-wing platform, which isn't saying much, by the way. Just so you understand, TikTok being the most left-wing platform doesn't mean that it's like all leftist content on there. It's not that at all. There's plenty of right-wing nut jobs on there too. There's plenty of conspiracy theories on there as well. What do you think will replace it? It seems inevitable that it'll be taken away. Yeah, people are just gonna supercharge YouTube Shorts. That's it. That's what's going to happen. People are going to go to other platforms, and that's precisely what these American-backed and Western-backed social media platforms want. They either want to be able to control TikTok and give it to the hands of, forcibly sell it to an American, or they want to just like eradicate it so that people just use Instagram Reels and YouTube Shorts. They've all made their competitive products.
It's on the table to have a ceasefire, and yet the world is screaming about Israel. It's like, why aren't they screaming about Hamas? Accept the ceasefire, bring home the hostages. It's said it's all the other way around. I mean, typically the Israelis are good at PR. What's happened here? How have they and we been so ineffective at communicating the realities there? And
we're on an intravenous feed of information with new impulses, inputs every millisecond. And of course, the way this is played out on social media has dominated the narrative. And you have a social media ecosystem environment in which context, history, facts, get lost, and the emotion, the impact of images, dominance, and we can't discount that. But I think it also has a very, very, very challenging effect on the narrative.
Yeah, a small parenthetical point, which is some wonder why there was such overwhelming support for us to shut down potentially TikTok or other entities of that nature. If you look at the postings on TikTok and the number of mentions of Palestinians relative to other social media sites, it's overwhelmingly so among TikTok.
Yeah, what they're talking about isn't necessarily that TikTok is woke, particularly, okay? They're simply stating correctly that TikTok has more left-wing sentiment in it. Like, TikTok allows more left-wing sentiment than other platforms. It doesn't mean that it's, like, overwhelmingly leftist. The argument here is that because TikTok is not controlling the flow of information, they're admitting basically to suppressing any sort of left-wing sentiment. That's it. It's stuff like this. It's stuff like, obviously, Gaza, but then also Luigi Mangione. Okay, I'm telling you right now, there's only a permissible amount of left-wing sentiment that is allowed on websites. Okay, we got to take it out. We gotta take out anyone that is a naysayer of the State Department, no matter what the cause. I mean, I'll give you a personal example, obviously, of what I have gone through here on Twitch, right? Think about how many outside organizations have come after the entirety of Twitch. Think about how many media articles have been written about my unacceptable anti-Semitism. Why? Because I'm pro-Palestinian. Okay? It is a laughable argument to make that I am even remotely anti-Semitic. I have spent so much of my media career combating anti-Semitism, explaining to people what dog whistles look like, and combating against fascist sentiment. And just like that, because of my overt and open defense of Palestinian emancipation, because of my unflinching support for Palestinian liberty, for human rights and recognition for Palestinians, immediately it's like, this guy is an anti-Semite, you have to ban him. And you're shadow banned on Insta. Exactly. That's the other side of this story. Okay?
Oh, I'd note that's of real interest, and the president will get the chance to make action in that regard.
Here's the other side of the story. Mark Zuckerberg on how Meta works with the intelligence community to identify foreign influence operations. Let's take a look.
Nation states or people interfering. A lot of that stuff is best rooted out at the level of kind of accounts doing phony things. It's effectively like intelligence, counterintelligence folks, counterterrorism folks, AI folks who are building systems to identify what are these accounts that are just not behaving the way that people would, and how are they interacting, and then sometimes you trace it.
Where is he shadow banned? Put my name on the Instagram search bar, see if you can find me. Hassan Piker fans.
Jude Bellingham.
Hassan Abi tweets, Hassan Minhaj, Hassan John Kaya, Hassan Abi posting, Hassan D Piker 69, Hassan D Piker page, Hassan D Piker memes, Hassan D _ Piker. You have to write my full username for me to come up. And I'm logged in on my own profile. Like, I'm logged in on my own profile and it still won't show up. Yeah, look at this. This is real. I don't follow my business account, but wanted to check your stories and I had a hard time finding you. Yeah. I mean, there's like, there are ways where you can find, if you're shadow banned or whatever, or blacklisted or whatever, but your own profile never shows up in search. You come up for me fine without typing out the name. Is this because I'm in Canada? Maybe. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. I'm not here to complain and cry all the time about like, oh, my algorithm is bad or whatever. It doesn't matter ultimately, and it's varying results. Okay. I love how we can be shadow banned with no due process, no appeal, no way of even challenging it. Yeah, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. It still shows like at least for the time being, it still shows what I'm putting out there to my audience, to the people that have already followed me. It just makes it much harder for new people to follow. It limits your engagement. Now, having said that, okay, the thing that is, what I'm talking about is a much larger problem. Like, Meta is so censorious on any sort of Palestinian sentiment, regardless of what Mark Zuckerberg is saying about like anti-DEI initiatives and whatever. Human Rights Watch did a report on it. Meta's broken promises, systemic censorship of Palestine content on Instagram and Facebook. Like Human Rights Watch was criticizing Facebook. They have had they've operated a major censorship regime on any sort of sentiment that is even remotely pro-Palestinian, so far as like to limit the engagement of accounts that have the Palestinian flag on them, on their descriptions. Like, it's crazy.
And sometimes you get some tips from different intelligence agencies, and then you can kind of piece together over time. It's like, oh, this network of people is actually some kind of fake cluster of accounts, and that's against our policies, and we just take them all off. But
how are you sure? Like, is there a 100% certainty
that
you are definitely getting a group of people that are bad actors, or is it just people that have unpopular opinions?
No, I don't think it's that for this. I think.
But what I'm saying is, how do you determine?
Yeah.
Like, how do you at what percentage of accuracy are you determining it? Do you ever accidentally think that people that are going to get moderated are actually just real people?
Yes, I think for the specific problem around these like large coordinated groups doing kind of like election.
Yeah, Facebook literally tagged people as terrorists in their internal software for being pro-Palestinian. Okay, so understand that like these guys are not. I mean, this is like as straightforward as it gets. According to Amnesty and many other human rights organizations, Facebook played a significant role, which Mark Zuckerberg even apologized for, promoting violence against Rohingya, and that Meta owes reparations. Myanmar, Facebook systems promoted violence against Rohingya, the Muslims, in the genocide that took place. Facebook played a role in that genocide, an active role in that genocide through WhatsApp specifically, where misinformation was spread about the Rohingya Muslims.
Interference or something. It's a large enough group.
But hey, he does BJJ, and he took steroids, TRT, and he got hit with a Dominican ray, so obviously he's cool now.
We have like a bunch of people analyzing it. It's like they study it for a while. I think we're probably pretty accurate on that.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running. That's why at Grainger, we're here for you, with professional-grade industrial supplies and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Yeah, not really relevant, but I think Zuck got on TRT, and I think it completely changed his whole personality and pretty much his approach to life, which happens. It's funny to watch a kind of meek, damp, befuddled alien guy slowly become a what's the move tonight rich white guy. Here it is. More anti-vaxxer nonsense, and how Facebook complied with the state demands.
It kind of seemed like, okay, we should give a little bit of deference to the government and the health authorities on how we should play this. But when it went from, 2 weeks to flatten the curve to, and like in the beginning it was like, okay, there aren't enough masks aren't that important, to then it's like, oh no, you have to wear a mask, and like everything was shifting around. It just became very difficult to kind of follow, and this really hit the most extreme, I'd say, during the Biden administration, when they were trying to roll out the vaccine program. And I'm generally like pretty pro rolling out vaccines. I think on balance the vaccines are more positive than negative, but I think that while they're trying to push that program, they also tried to censor anyone who is basically arguing against it, and they pushed it.
You know what's funny about a lot of this stuff is that the overwhelming majority of the initial wave of content and content moderation surrounding COVID didn't happen under the Biden administration. It happened under the Trump administration, which is why I'm always shocked whenever these guys like make it seem as though Biden was already the president. Like, they openly lie about this. It's so funny. Like, even Matt Taibbi's assessment of government-backed suppression of speech during the hilarious Twitter files, it happened under the Trump administration. Trump was the president.
Hey, what's going
at
on,
that
JG?
time. And they still, for some crazy reason, run with this insane narrative that it was actually the Biden administration that did this. I hate the Biden administration. I've criticized it time and time again. But it is mind-boggling to me how many people openly go along with this concept as though he was already in charge, as though he was already controlling the FBI before he won the presidency. I feel like I'm losing my mind. It's like so basic. Such an obvious lie. Why? Why is it? I don't know. It's so stupid.
Super hard to take down things that were honestly were true, right? I mean, they basically pushed us and said,
been really good so far, but they need to maintain this form. That will be so important to the finals.
How you doing? JG, how'd you find out about Trovo? And what made you sign up for Trovo over like Twitch or YouTube and all that stuff? Like, I just discovered Trovo like this year. Like, how and why? Like, what? You know what I mean? Aside from like all like like, you know, all the mainstream ones that streamers stream on. You know, I discovered Trovo really because of Restream, like using Restream to like multi-stream on different platforms. I haven't really had anyone actually explain to me like, you know, how Trovo came to be. And if you follow me, thank you for the follow. Like it doesn't show up for me yet. And I could have sworn the notifications would. I need to double check that. I need one more win. Oh, nice. You only have to win 2? Yeah. Oh, I can't even get into. Oh, yeah, no. Right? Yeah. Okay. Nice. I think I already have him though. Oh. Three-star weak foot still sucks. I just always wondered, like, there really are so many different platforms to stream on. There's, you know, but it's like someone who just like casually, I started getting into streaming like, in my later years. So I didn't even, not even later years, but like, um, there really is just so many different platforms out there. Anyways, let's get back to these videos.
Anything that says that vaccines might have side effects, you basically need to take down. And
when two matches,
I was just like, well, we're not going to do that. Like, we're clearly not going to do that.
That's also a lie.
That is kind of inarguably true.
Who is they? Who's telling you to take down things that
it was
that talk about vaccine side effects?
It was people in the Biden administration. I mean, a lot of this is documented. I mean, because Jim Jordan and the House had this whole investigation and committee into the kind of government censorship around stuff like this, and we produced all these documents, and it's all in the public domain. I mean, basically, these people from the Biden administration would call up our team and like scream at them and curse, and it's like these documents it's all kind of out there.
Did you record any of those phone calls?
I don't think we but I think
I want to listen.
I mean, there are emails. the emails are published. It's all kind of out there, and and they're like, and basically it just got to this point where we were like, no, we're not gonna take down things that are true. That's ridiculous. They want us to take down this meme of Leonardo DiCaprio looking at a TV talking about how 10 years from now or something, you're gonna see an ad that says, okay, if you took a COVID vaccine, you're eligible for, for this kind of payment, like this sort of like class action lawsuit type meme. And they're like, no, you have to take that down. We just said, no, we're not going to take down humor and satire. We're not going to take down things that are true. And then at some point, I guess, I don't know, it flipped a bit. I mean, Biden, when he gave some statement at some point, I don't know if it was a press conference or to some journalists, where he basically was like, these guys are killing people. And I don't know, then like, all these different agencies and branches of government basically just like started investigating and coming after our company. It was brutal. It was brutal.
Wow. It is crazy.
5 minutes ago, she'd never played piano.
These guys are like, they just drop, dude, it's so funny that they just like dropped liberalism, which was already on aesthetic grounds anyway, like a bad habit, and are just now engaging in the same insane conspiracies.
And Abrams, so this pits national security. That's what Congress decided is paramount in putting the ban into place versus free speech. Appeals court said national security wins. Do you think the Supreme Court's going to agree?
I think so. I think it's likely, because this isn't really a case about banning TikTok, right? It's about forcing a foreign government to sell it. And part of the argument here is this is not just a media entity. This is a data collection agency as well, working for the Chinese government. So that's a pretty strong national security argument. Typically, the court has been pretty deferential to Congress and to laws when it comes to national security.
And we see President-elect Trump wanted to ban it. Now he's interested in keeping it around. Yeah. So if this ban does go into effect, can the Trump administration do anything about it?
Not much. I mean, they can first try to repeal it, right? They can try to get Congress to repeal it. The problem with that is it's really a popular law. It was a bipartisan law. It would be very hard for the Trump administration to convince Congress to say, oh, you know what? That law we passed, we're going to...
It's not a popular law. It's popular in Congress. It's not a popular law. It's simply popular in Congress. What's popular in Congress is not popular for the American population.
We're going to retract it. The biggest thing they could do is they could assure the Apples and Googles of the world, we're not going to enforce it. Don't worry, you're good for now. The question is going to be, is that enough for them to say, okay, they're telling us that they're not going to enforce it, but boy, these fines are very substantial if someone does decide that they are going to start enforcing.
Well, and one of the big questions about the app itself is the secret sauce inside of TikTok, which is the algorithm. That's the thing that makes sure you see what they want you to see, so you keep playing around inside of the app. What happens to that in all of this?
Well, and the Chinese government is basically saying the reason they don't want to sell it is they're not going to sell the algorithm. Now, you have some American buyers who are coming forward and saying, hey, that's fine. We'll take TikTok. We'll take it without the algorithm. You know, who knows what's going to happen with the algorithm, but the Chinese are citing that as the main reason why there's no way, no how they can sell it. We'll see if the court comes in and says you got to sell it. We'll see if they stick with it.
I got to ask another question. If the administration says they're not going to enforce it, can either Congress or some kind of private party bring some kind of action to force the administration?
It would be hard. They could try, but it would be hard. In the end, it's going to be, and that's why there'd be concerns, right, from the Googles and the Apples of the world as to, you know, is there really safety?
Damn.
Okay. Dan Abrams, thanks very much.
Following today's oral arguments, the Supreme Court appears ready to uphold a ban on TikTok that is set to take effect in 9 days. The popular app is used by as many as 170 million users in the U.S. A bipartisan law orders TikTok to shut down in 9 days unless it finds a new owner that is not in China or the Supreme Court takes action.
To give you some background, lawmakers fear that through TikTok, China could acquire Americans' private data or could push propaganda that would sow discord. It's a risk that TikTok's lawyer acknowledged to the 9 justices this morning.
That they would use that information over time to develop spies, to turn people, to blackmail people, people who a generation from now will be working in the FBI or the CIA or in the State Department. Is that not a realistic assessment by Congress and the President of the risks here?
Well, Your Honor, I'm not disputing the risks. I certainly acknowledge the risk, but I think there are lots of reasons, not just the one I just gave, but there are lots of reasons why that risk still can't justify the law.
Let's get the latest on what happened today with CNN Chief Supreme Court Analyst Joan Biskupik. Joan, it looks like the justices are not going to block this ban.
It does, but I've got a couple caveats. No, you could tell that they were with the federal government here in terms of the main motivation. But there are a couple questions. There are actually 3. First of all, you know, is this a First Amendment infringement? And once you get past that, has the government, Congress, passed a law that's narrowly tailored to kind of meet its compelling interest to override the First Amendment free speech interest? And then after that, what about timing? Because that did come up here. Could this possibly not take effect on January 19th, which is when it's scheduled to take effect, which of course is a day before President-elect Donald Trump comes in? First of all, on that exchange that you just listened to, there was so much concern about the potential
Let's get some qualifying
for,
times
you know, Chinese espionage. At one point, the Chief Justice also said, you know, so are we supposed to ignore the fact that the ultimate parent is, in fact, subject to doing intelligence work for the Chinese government? Because TikTok, while an American company, is owned ultimately by ByteDance, which is, you know, headquartered in Beijing. So that was a real concern. But those 2 grounds that you just mentioned that Congress passed the law based on, the data collection for blackmail and other espionage, and the covert manipulation, it was that latter grounds that the justices were really suspicious about. You know, doesn't everyone know now that TikTok is owned by a Chinese parent company? Wouldn't they know that potentially that there could be some manipulation? So I think the justices might not agree with the government on the extent of the grounds here. So bottom line, it looks like this court is ready to rule against TikTok, but then finally timing. The question came up of whether there should be some postponement of the effect of the law taking place on January 19th, which is what Congress had dictated when it passed the law back in April. President-elect Donald Trump has said, put a pause on it. TikTok has said, put a pause on it. And the justices started to ask about that. And the Solicitor General of the United States, currently the Biden administration Solicitor General, said, no, if you're going to rule for us based on our national security grounds that it looked like they were ready to buy, there's no reason to say that that would justify any kind of postponement here. But there seemed to...
Don't give a about anything, bro. The Biden admin is so funny. They literally are just like, no, ban it, ban it, ban it, ban it, ban it. Good stuff. You want to know how ridiculous the arguments are about covert manipulation, data collection, and all that? The Democratic Party moved to ban TikTok, and then they set up TikTok accounts for both Joseph Robinette Brandon and Kamala Harris. That's it. That's all you need to know about how ridiculous these arguments are. That's it.
Be some sentiment about should they act when we're in the middle of a transition between administrations, and what would the consequence be if they were to do it that way?
It's going to be so interesting what happens, especially with the timing. Joan, thank you so much for that. We do appreciate it.
Those TikTok accounts are not personal, but political in nature. What are you talking about? It doesn't matter. They're literally promoting TikTok by using TikTok to promote their political campaigns. And there are people who have access to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris that are in these camps that have to be logged on to TikTok and using TikTok to do marketing. Video on who funded the TikTok. What is this? Guess which country is funding all the research about how dangerous TikTok is and how its users don't hate China enough? Let me guess. It was, if it was written in the free press, then is the answer Israel? Is that what's going to be?
All the research for proving that TikTok brainwashed Americans. Well, maybe you do have some inkling, but I have all the receipts. First, a little context. TikTok is fighting for its life right now in the Supreme Court because they tell us that it is a supposed national security threat, and also its algorithm is supposedly pushing very dangerous ideas on Americans. The evidence for the so-called threat to national security comes courtesy of the Justice Department, which, as you can see here, is just a whole lot of trust in the road. And in terms of the dangerous algorithm, they will say that TikTok is actively manipulating perceptions of China and the Chinese Communist Party through algorithmic bias. And this is the seminal study they're going to cite, which is titled Information Manipulation on TikTok and its Relation to American Users' Beliefs.
Rutgers University, Department of Psychology.
About China. It is a paper put out by NCRI, Network Contagion Research Institute at Rutgers University, which once again they conclude that TikTok is, quote, indoctrination at scale. Here's what they don't tell you about that study. That study never analyzed the For You page, which is how everybody uses TikTok. Nor do they ever look at view count, which is just super weird. All they did was some arbitrary categorization count of pro or anti-CCP videos, which they found through searches. I mean, why wouldn't they A, factor in how the user actually uses the app, which is the For You page? B, if they're claiming that they're worried about ideas spreading like wildfire, why aren't they actually looking at the view counts of these videos? But hey, that's just my take on it. You can look up the study and judge the methodology for yourself. But could it be that the conclusion was predetermined for reasons? Because guess who runs the Network Contagion Research Institute? Oh, and by the way, what I'm about to show you has been entirely scrubbed from the internet. I had to go to the Wayback Machine to find their About page, which is now deleted. First, you got guys at Big Tech, most notably Peter Norvig, Director of Research at Google. And we know they want the competition gone. Then you have the folks from the military. For example, this gentleman, Jacob Shapiro, Chief Scientific Officer, U.S. Navy. More military, Denver Riggleman. He did advanced analysis for the NSA. And, you know, they have a little bit of a vested interest in keeping our enemies our enemies. And the final piece of the puzzle, perhaps the most important, people like Alex Goldenberg, lead intelligence analyst, who did intelligence work for APAC. Last but not least, the director and co-founder, Joel Finkelstein. He is from the Anti-Defamation League. Okay, that is a lot there.
A lot of these guys work in pro-State Department. I don't think this is like specifically Israel. I think that given that Israel is aligned or is an extension of American empire, yes, you're going to see a lot of people who have worked in the pro-Israeli side of things actively working on initiatives such as this one. That's all that is.
And unfortunately, there's a lot that I'm going to have to leave unsaid for reasons. Some dots that you're just going to have to connect for your...
Okay, yeah, I think this stuff is stupid. They're anti-China, and they don't like that TikTok is popular. They want to sell off this popular product by force to an American so they can control the dissemination of info on it. And yes, if you scratch the surface hard enough, you're always going to find people that are working at these like research institutes that have State Department background, And yes, if you have State Department background, of course you have at a certain point worked for an Israeli Knesset-granted, jobs program like at the ADL or, I mean, I guess AIPAC doesn't officially get sponsorship from the Israeli government because then it would be a foreign lobbying group. But yeah, it's not shocking. I think it's a byproduct of Israel being a tool of American empire, and it's like such a strange thing that I can't get pro-Israel people to reckon with, liberal Zionists, and I can't get anti-Semitic people to understand it either. They both, to varying degrees, repeat the same old horse, which is that Israel is operating on its own and dominating American politics. Does Israel have a tremendous amount of influence over Does Israel have a tremendous amount of influence over American domestic affairs? Absolutely. Okay? It does. It spends a great deal of money on making sure that there is ideologically minded pro-Israeli people growing up in the United States of America. They spend a great deal of money also making sure that Congress plays ball. But the only reason why they're allowed to do that and not China is because it is a cycle that that benefits American empire. Like the special privilege that Israel gets in this regard is not the special privilege that Israel gets in that regard is not unique because Israel is Jewish. It's unique because Israel is an extension of the American state. I mean, she's also not wrong when she says this. Like, I'm not defending Karen Bass, okay? I have already criticized Karen Bass on areas where it is worthy of criticism, okay? But she's also not wrong as far as, like, water hydrants having to deal with wildfires, especially when there's 100-mile winds carrying ember everywhere. You're not going to be able to deal with that with water hydrants.
Governor, I live here, Governor. That was my daughter's school, Governor. Please tell me what you're going to do. I'm not going to hurt him, I promise.
I'm literally talking to the president right now to specifically answer the question of what we can do for you and your daughter.
Can I hear your call?
Okay. All right, let's hear what Fox News has to say. Listen to what Brian Kilmeade has to say.
Is it going to be different next time?
It has to be. Has to be, of course.
Did you hear at the beginning of that soundbite, he said, I'm literally talking to the president right now.
He lied.
He just told that woman.
I'm glad that these guys are focusing on the important stuff. I'm glad. No, leave it up to Fox News to really nail the important parts of this story here, okay?
That woman is talking about that's her kid's school. They've lost everything at the school. The school is gone. And she is in distress. And what does he do? He lies to her.
Just flat lies.
How many people has he lied to this week?
He lies all the time. That's the whole thing with him. And when you look at, Brian is so right about all of these progressive states and cities. You even go all the way to New Orleans and see what the mayor did. You don't know the different assets that you have to protect the sidewalk. That's what's happening in California. And the Republicans have to take this moment as an opportunity to show effectiveness. I think Ron DeSantis, the governor of Virginia, should go to California.
Governor Beshear of Kentucky.
And show them how it's done. Bring your resources there. We heard the president of the United States talking about generators. Why didn't y'all have generators already staged if you need them? The military planes, okay? Brian brought up an interesting point yesterday about them flying through the smoke. They're just now getting the military planes there. Why didn't y'all have those pre-staged? And then Ainsley, we can't leave out that the mayor wasn't there.
Well, exactly. And all these celebrities are now speaking out. That lady, that frustrated lady, was on with Jesse last night. And Jason Bateman's sister, what's her first name? Justine Bateman was on, and she was so frustrated too. And this is James Wood. Because remember, President Biden said he blamed this on climate change. James Wood says this fire is not from climate change.
Bro, I hate this country sometimes, yo. I swear to God, bro. We gotta we gotta do re-education camps for Republicans in general. I swear to God, bro. This is, James Woods will literally cry real tears while watching his multi-billion-dollar home engulf in flames and be like, how can I use this as an opportunity to do propaganda for the fossil fuel corporations, dude? What a psychotic way to approach life. Like, that is crazy, bro. That is actually insane. And I think at this point, like, we have arrived at a situation where, like, no change is going to happen, no systemic critiques necessary. So we might as well just, like, hyper-focus on our pet issues, okay? Like, I saw a tweet from like, specifically, I think, like, a fire ecologist from UCLA, okay? This is his job, okay? He researches climate change and its impact on the likelihood of causing wildfires, okay? And the guy was saying, like, it's insane to look outside my window as I see the wildfires grow, as I'm currently packing up to evacuate because the wildfires might have the capacity to reach where I live. And I'm fielding phone calls from every mainstream institution to repeat the point for the 100,000th time that...
Meet Panera's new Chipadic Dippers, a duo built for dipping, here for a limited time.
Climate change is the leading cause for these wildfires.
Come on, bro.
And no one cares. It is so insane that scientists are just always talking about what the major factors are here. Okay? And no one cares. We're just like, nah, you're wrong. It's because of DEI. Nah, you're wrong. It's because of arsonists, actually. It's because the fireman was gay or the firewoman. Yuck. I don't know what we do here. Like, I just don't know. It's because... Like, you can have a dude whose house is on fire, and he'll turn around and be like, well, this is a great opportunity to talk about how woke and gay caused this, actually. Do not say it's climate change.
Ignorant blank hole. It's because liberal...
Please mention PG&E one time for the love of God. I have, and this is... everybody yelled at me when I said PG&E works in Southern California and corrected me and told me that PG&E California and that it is SoCal Edison or LADWP.
Idiots like you elect liberal idiots like Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass. One doesn't understand the first thing about fire management and the other can't fill the water reserves.
Well,
reservoirs.
Across the board, there's been a failure to figure out, to pre-plan, to pre-position. Karen Bass, the mayor out there, she declared a state of emergency, and then she flew to Ghana. And it's like, okay, there's going to be something.
17 hours.
There's going to be something that's going to change the arc of this city forever. And what is she at? She's at a ceremonial inauguration. From start to finish, all the way from the local neighborhoods right up to the top guy, Joe.
RDC made a video about this. Oh, yeah, this is funny.
More confusing.
All right, guys, people are dying right now. There's like toxins in the air, pollution. People are talking. We need y'all help right now. What's with that shooting? What are y'all talking about? Hey, I just said people are dying right now.
Like those red particles falling from the sky?
Yes.
Like people are just like falling over?
Exactly.
Right. That is. I thought we had like 45 minutes.
Exactly. Hey, 45. What are y'all talking about? My family's dying right now. Come on, please.
That's why he cares. You didn't read the article in 1999 where it said if we don't stop doing it to the common people are gonna die?
Wait, no,
I gotta put it out right here. Read it now.
What the?
Read it now. Hey, what about his 2005? What about his 2015? And then we wrote a whole book. We wasted our time in 2020. What the fuck? Y'all didn't read none of that, huh? Yeah, it's too late now. You know when you can help? In 1999, when I wrote the footprint too big, the ozone layer's being depleted. Sorry, guys. The ice caps are gone, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, there's no more animals. No. Oceans are gone. Yeah, you guys f***ed up this time. Oh, actually, no. We made these masks. We got all fighting wars. We made these masks. for us and our family, but y'all didn't fund them, so we did it with our own money. This is all we can make.
Okay, we'll make it. Give us more money.
We'll take it. So give it to us in about 10 minutes.
Okay.
The 2 minutes y'all will be dead in like 4 seconds.
4 seconds? What are you talking
because the toxins are coming through.
Okay, give us the match. Give us the match. Yo, come on.
Hey, guys, I love that y'all making it the last second. Don't go good, man. Good shit.
Give us the match.
Yeah, get the Bubba. It's a Bubba. Hell yeah, watch out again. Hey, there's nobody at the movies.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. It's finally a peaceful movie experience. It's just like, it's crazy because no one wants to address it even at this point, where it's like directly happening, okay? It's happening right now and they're still like, no, it's actually the thing that I care about that is responsible for this fire somehow. No matter how strange, no matter how insane, it doesn't matter. Like Libs of TikTok hates gay people, right? Hates queer people. She has spent the last couple of days talking about how the lesbian fire chief is responsible for this. It don't matter. Just as long as you don't say it's climate change, you can get away with saying whatever you want.
Oh, Biden, they got to figure out what went wrong. The mayor does not like being pressed. Why wasn't there water? Why didn't you pre-plan? Why'd you cut the budget? There's a little bit of what went on yesterday out in the City of Angels that was angry at her.
We're almost 48 hours after this fire started. There's not resources up there. The hydrants aren't working. Where's the National Guard? Where are miles and miles of water tenders? How are we addressing this? Your reaction?
First of all, you asked me, was I frustrated by this? Of course, because we all know that this has been an unprecedented event. We also know that fire hydrants are not constructed to deal with this type of massive devastation, and that the number one...
I mean, she's also not wrong when she says this. Like, I'm not defending Karen Bass, okay? I have already criticized Karen Bass on areas where it is worthy of criticism, okay? But she's also not wrong as far as like water hydrants having to deal with wildfires, especially when there's 100-mile winds carrying ember everywhere. You're not going to be able to deal with that with water hydrants.
One problem, especially on Wednesday, was the fact that
Yeah, but why aren't they? Would be the correct response to that. What do you mean, why aren't they? A water hydrant is there for structural fires that happen in that city block, okay? A water hydrant is not there for wildfires. If that was the case, they would build wildfire prevention water hydrants all around the forest. That's not how you do, that's a structural fire. A water hydrant is created for structural fire, okay? You can't deal with like massive wildfires with water hydrants, like using a water pistol, trying to shoot the wildfire with a water pistol.
we weren't able to do that.
Bomb the fire? They did. And actually, that is a successful way to stop the wildfire. They bomb it with water. That is literally what they do. Some places have straight up like loiter munition style water bombs that they drop. That's not even a joke. That's a real that's what they're doing. It's actually very successful. One might even make the argument, this is crazy, but one might make the argument that even blowing up the fire with like explosive munitions could potentially work in stopping the fire, because the sucks out the oxygen, so it would suffocate the fire in its entirety. Yeah, nuke the fire. That's so stupid, LeMafiao. No, it's not stupid. No, the heat would reignite the fuel. I'm a civil engineer, you're correct. Hydrants aren't magical water hotspots. They're just surface ports of fire water lines. It's impossible to build a fire water line in a network in a forest. But it's not just in a forest either. It's like, it's 100-mile winds coming in. You can like try to save as many structures as you possibly can with water hydrants, but like at a certain point, you know, water bombing.
Now, right down here in the...
I think this is the scooper plane grounded after hitting civilian drone while fighting in Los Angeles.
The Super Scooper right there. These are airplanes that are on loan. We actually leased them from Canada during fire season. Well, we understand that Super Scooper was hit by a drone while flying in the Palisades fire this afternoon. We're told the plane is expected to be able to fly again tomorrow. That's very good news because typically we only have 2 of these.
I fought fires for 7 years in Canada. I didn't realize you didn't have these. No, we do. We do. They also sent them, obviously, from Quebec and other places as well, because there was a need for additional planes like this. And one of them got hit by a drone. My province, when 1 million people has 6 of these water bombers, I assume you guys will have a bunch too? I guess not.
Crews out there have the drone that hit the plane. The FAA wants to remind people it's a federal crime to interfere with firefighters and their operations. And if flying a drone near wildfires is not only dangerous, it's not recommended, it's illegal. This aircraft, as I said, once again expected to fly tomorrow. We can tell you David Bigger is with us right now. You not only are a pilot, but you know a lot about this. The whole drone situation being up over the area.
Well, yeah, so...
Why don't we have more of these? I don't know. Maybe because we have a lot of planes. It's just planes that drop not water bombs, but bombs. I heard LA only has 2 water scoopers available. Is that true? Because the Pentagon just announced that they want to purchase 150 B-21 Raider stealth bombers, so I'm trying to understand the relative ratio. I'm not saying anything, but, you know, it seems like we have a much better use of federal funds and local funds as well in terms of helicopters, for example. They can't build these planes up here north fast enough for the demand. Do you think the political capital impact of the fires will be a major topic for Trump's first year? The U.S. only has 10 Super Scoopers. Canada has 64. Okay, well, guess what, dude? How many fighter jets are you guys giving to Israel, or Saudi Arabia, or Egypt, or any number of our security partners? Excuse me. That's right. That's right. Guess what, dude? Other countries need. Yeah. Also. U.S. about to have 74 when we annex Canada is so funny because we're gonna take over Canada and then we're gonna also eliminate their super scoopers. We're gonna be like, nah, you don't need them. We need to use all of your productive forces to make our own more bomber jets.
The thing is, as soon as fires start breaking out, one of the first things that they start coordinating at the FAA is putting up a fire restriction. There's a fire restriction over the entire Palisades fire from surface up to 7,000 feet. Now, most drones are allowed to be operating above 400 feet anyway, so anywhere within that area is not allowed. Part of the concern that always exists for firefighting is they're flying pretty low. They're doing a lot of water drops and retardant drops. And if a drone, let's just say, was sitting at 400 feet or something like that, some people do fly higher than that, which is not allowed. But if a drone is at 400 feet and they're going in to try to make some sort of precision water drop, they can end up striking that. That's always the concern. And in previous fires, we've had instances where a drone gets spotted and all the air attack aircraft get told, okay, everybody back off for a minute. We're going to see if that drone is still there, because it is a threat to the aircraft. They got probably pretty lucky that it hit the nose of the aircraft and not any of the engines or anything like that.
Well, yeah, you look fixed wing there, and then you think about the choppers. They're all rotors. If a drone was to get clipped with one of those rotors or go into the rotors, I mean, it could be catastrophic.
Yeah, so the thing...
California has a pretty substantial firefighting force, but certain aircraft are better suited for certain geographies. The CL-415 is actually becoming less efficient, and helicopters and smaller water bombers are able to do more and more accurate drops per hour. Yeah, I'm reminded of that one heli drop. That was so sick. There's been a couple, like, incredible helicopter water drops that I've seen, at least, that are phenomenal, where they just go boom, drop it right on the money, and you're like, oh. I must feel good. Is the cost/availability of pilots? Pilots must retire by a certain age and airlines pay way more. It's not just a military complex. Whenever people say, oh, it's just not availability of labor, that is an incredibly easy problem to solve. It's called money. You just also admitted it. You're saying that commercial airliners pay more for the pilots than federally funded wildfire prevention groups can. And okay, yeah, just, you know, make the wages more competitive. That's it. Yo, this was crazy. Look at this one. This one was amazing. Boom. Amazing. Or you can do the other thing. Yeah, sentence more people to prison. And then that way you can have more free labor. And then make them fly the planes at gunpoint. train them, and then make them fly the planes at gunpoint. I think that's yeah, I really like that solution, actually. We should do that instead.
Air support because of the winds. And so, of course, I am absolutely frustrated by that. I am not sure that is correct, that there are no resources up there, but rest assured, as soon as we are done here, I will follow up on that.
I will say this, I'm wondering how many flights were grounded because President Biden was going to Los Angeles to visit his great-granddaughter. So that has to be investigated, too. Did you clear out the airspace that could have been used? How did the president get in?
Here's the thing, too. We learned a lot after Katrina, right?
Yeah, we did.
When you had that hurricane that went into North Carolina, no one was expecting that. But in California, you do expect wildfires. Right. They happen all the time. So when you're the mayor, you would think you would have.
Yeah, what about Florida? What about the hurricanes in Florida? Because I didn't see you guys complaining about Ron DeSantis, interestingly enough. I don't know.
The proper tanks, the tanks would be filled to the brim. They're saying they were, but are they? Were they?
They didn't have enough.
And they didn't have enough, so you build more. It's just like what happens in New Orleans. After the hurricane came through, they built up the levees.
By the way, in 20 minutes, I'm going to be talking to Sean O'Brien of the Teamsters for a little bit. We're going to do a 30-minute slot where we talk about labor unions under Donald Trump and a bunch of other stuff. Unionization efforts that are all going on all around the country. I'll also field some questions from the chat as well. Hopefully you guys won't be super annoying about it. I have some questions from Alex Press as well to direct his way. And then after that, we have so much more to talk about aside from the labor union conversations. Some people expected what happened in WNC. They're called weathermen. The forecast called for catastrophic flooding and landslides, yet there was a failure to take it seriously and do something. The podcast with me and him is going to come out on the 15th. It's the first episode. Wrong. I'm going to be a whiny little purist, and I bet everyone else is too. Hell yeah.
System. They fixed it.
Well, she also said that the hydrants weren't properly staged in a way that could sustain a fire like this. You're in California. Why wouldn't you have that universally in the state if you're at risk? Right. I know that this is different from LA. They haven't experienced anything like this in LA before. But there's always the risk, which is why the people try to get the insurance as a result of that.
But yet we can name 4 major fires right in that area.
100%.
So you can't tell me. Here's one question. When you have your emergency management meetings, you're wearing your windbreakers. If there's a fire that goes through 5 counties, would we be able to fight it? And if the answer obviously is no, and that's not good enough.
Now, the police chief there tried to give her some cover in the press conference, but there's a memo of the police chief at the time saying, look, this is going to hurt us. We don't have the proper resources. Guys.
Police chief? Does he mean fire chief? Have y'all tried calling in Clifford the big red dog to put out the fires as a thought? Yeah.
We've heard some reports from firemen. Let's take the water out of it. Firemen didn't even have the proper equipment. How does that happen? How do you explain that firemen didn't have the proper
their
equipment?
budget was cut.
Yeah,
$17 million.
The owner of the LA Times, historically a left-leaning newspaper, wrote on X last night, fires in LA are sadly no surprise, yet the mayor led the LA Fire Department, cut the LA Fire Department budget by $23 million. Okay, so when we think, if there are budget cuts, what do you think? Okay, not as many trucks? No, it's across the board. They can't afford to hire enough mechanics. They've got yards full of fire trucks and fire engines that cannot leave the field because they don't work. They need mechanics. It's from start to finish. And what have we heard from California? You know, from this couch, we have reported about all the crazy, super liberal policies over the last couple of decades. And over the last couple of months since the election, what has California been doing? They've been trying to Trump-proof California. You know what? They should have fireproofed it. And what they should have done is they should have planned for a really big fire because it happened this week.
They're focused on these DEI recruitment videos that focus on that when they should have been focusing on the things to keep people safe.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian.
Oh my God, the California mom that intercepted Gavin went on Fox News. Oh my God. Oh my, I'm not even gonna watch this, okay? Oh my God. every once in a while, conservative media latches onto a story that leans left/populist, and it's always just surface level. They don't dig deeper, law. Yeah, obviously, their job is to... Oh my God, I hate this so much. Oh yeah, once John Deere away from LGBT initiatives, then you'll shift the American population. It just everything that Americans care about revolves around burger and the consumption of burger. Oh my God.
It is time to expose Toyota. They have gone totally woke.
Meet Robbie Starbuck.
If you spend money at John Deere, are you helping pay for the dual transitions of children? This is Harley Davidson.
John Deere?
It's time for them to be exposed.
The conservative activist has been taking on corporations over what he calls their woke policies, and he's been having a lot of success.
All right, y'all, we've got another massive win to report. Toyota has just sent this email out to their employees and dealership. Walmart has decided on making some changes.
Since last summer, Starbuck has claimed responsibility for over a dozen public companies dialing back their diversity efforts.
I think Starbucks activism definitely lends some strength to the go woke, go broke sentiment that you hear from some on the right.
Your wallet is a weapon. You do have a voice in this.
To learn about his activism and which companies are his newest targets, the Wall Street Journal visited Starbuck to get a never-before-seen look at his work behind the scenes.
Hey, this is Robbie Starbuck. We're on the set where I typically do my TV hits. Right now, I'm about to go on to do a hit for TBN.
Welcome back to Stat Book Club. We're talking to filmmaker, activist, and host of the Robbie Starbuck Show, Robbie Starbuck. Why would these companies do this?
Starbuck works on his crusade against diversity, equity, and inclusion, or DEI programs, from a studio in his home outside of Nashville.
A lot of this is predicated on what happened in 2020. So after George Floyd, what happened was executives got put in this position where they were incredibly fearful of being framed as racist.
Today, Starbuck is best known for his activism, but his venture into conservative politics is a relatively recent endeavor.
Shining like a flashlight.
In a previous life, Starbuck directed music videos in Hollywood for big names like Snoop Dogg and Megadeth.
My journey from the entertainment industry to today, it started in many ways as a father seeing it come into my kids' schools, this ideology that has permeated corporate America now. A lot of people describe it as wokeness. And my kid comes home and she says, Dad, they had this person come to the school and they talked about white privilege. And at the time, I'd never heard of the term white privilege. So I look it up and I do research on the person that they had come in. And I find they're just a total radical Marxist.
Starbuck's politics are rooted in his family's history.
God, I hate these people so much, dude. There's just so much, I have so much disdain in my heart. We celebrate stupidity. We celebrate idiocy. We celebrate incompetence. We celebrate a clear-cut lack of critical thinking. Like, all this guy does is sit around and complain that, like, John Deere made him want to suck a dude. And honestly, it is wild to me that this is the peak of modern conservatism now. Vivek was right. No. I'm just saying there's something severely wrong about American society. And I think it's done as a way to defend capitalism, okay? I think this is deliberately crafted in a way to keep you preoccupied with the silliest, most nonsensical bullshit you can be preoccupied with. As long as it does not offend the pre-existing hierarchies, you can get away with being as stupid as you want to be, as long as you successfully distract the broad majorities of the American population with your idiocy. And you'll even get a Wall Street Journal article written about you. Like, that's what's so crazy about this. Like, why is the Wall Street Journal doing an article on this guy? Like, they're hailing him as a successful champion, a hero, an activist. Like, that makes no sense.
He says his family fled Cuba in 1965 after their ranch was confiscated by the Castro regime.
My family, they lost everything to communism, and I see this ideology as sort of a modern form of communism. I don't think there's a polite way to say it. I raised hell over it.
There it is. Of course, dude. God damn. It's even funnier if he's lying about this, because so many people like Menendez. You want to know what's really funny? There are a lot of American Cubans in positions of power, like Bob Menendez, for example, that literally lie about having their families' possessions confiscated by the Fidel Castro regime. When you look at their entry point into the country, and they actually fled the Batista regime. Okay? They literally lied. Like, Bob Menendez lies. If you recall, when he was under investigation for getting gold bars delivered to him to, make this one singular company that he works with in Egypt the singular halal meat distributor in America, he turned around and he said, oh, but it's in my culture as a Cuban to like hide wealth this way. This is how we escaped the Fidel Castro reign with my family. We hid our wealth in gold bars and we trafficked it into the United States of America. And then people looked it up and they were like, but dude, you fled the Batista regime. Your coming into the United States of America predates the Cuban Revolution. So many people that have like fled under Batista will just legitimately lie and say it was actually the communism and the Cuban Revolution that caused them to flee.
And I was really the first parent to speak up. And me being able to do it from a lens of being a minority myself made it a little more awkward for, the faculty there who were mostly, from a certain subset of the...
You misspoke? You said he fled Batista? No, I didn't misspeak. They lie and say they fled Fidel Castro and communism when they actually fled Batista. But hold on, what is this?
Made it a little more awkward. And I was a modern form of communism. I don't think there's a polite way to say it. I raised hell over it, and I was really the first parent to speak up. And me being able to do it from a lens of being a minority myself made it a little more awkward for, the faculty there who were mostly, from a certain...
Absolutely zero people think you're a minority, dog. Like, what do you mean it made the wokes awkward because I'm so Cuban? Is that what your argument is? There are Italian people that are infinitely more not white than you, my man, and they're white too still. And so am I. My parents and family Cuban are hooked on this crazy radical Cuban YouTuber who does news. When I tell you all Cubans who live in America watch this guy, it is crazy. What's the name? What's the name of the YouTuber? If you say Destiny, I'm banning you. Okay. No time for memes right now. Find me the guy. This guy's like, this guy's the whitest Cuban man on the planet.
Certain subset of the left where they didn't have that same ability, but they thought that they had the wisdom to speak for all minorities, right? All right, y'all, you're gonna want to see this.
Last summer, Starbucks began his first corporate campaign, targeting the agricultural equipment chain Tractor Supply Company.
We're going to expose it all the craziness that they have done that their customers have no clue about.
Every day we were dropping a new piece of information about how they had...
You said every day you get closer to understanding land reform in China? No, every day. I'll take it one step further. I understand Stalinist purges, okay? Do you understand me? Like, land reform. When I see reactionaries like this, I'm like, oh, I get why. I get why people can become incredibly paranoid and so angry and so resentful, especially if you have like a little bit of that authoritarian dog in you, dude. Oh my God, holy moly. Like, I just, like, imagine coming out of World War II, trying to consistently concede to the demands being made by the West while being very skeptical of their intentions, being very worried about it, trying to maintain a reconstruction period for your country that was eviscerated, 20 million dead, okay, mostly, predominantly young men too. And then you got a Robbie Starbuck type being like, hey, Stalin, I don't like any of the implementation of I don't like the way that you're redistributing and reallocating grain supplies. I would be like, all right, you're dead. Like, I'm literally you now. That's what, like, and it's not the right thing to do. I understand that. But also simultaneously, I understand how someone could be pushed to that moment of weakness. Okay? Like, it's not appropriate. Make no mistake. I don't think it's the right thing to do. But given the human condition, given the nature, given the material circumstances of post-World War II USSR, and the efforts to rebuild it, while constantly being on a tightrope against American empire and American initiatives that are actively and desperately trying to fight against the spread of Soviet-style communism around the world. This is the guy. Wait, he's live right now. Cubanos por el
Ay,
mundo.
por tu madre. Bueno, nada, Jorge, tú cantas muy bien.
What is this guy? I can't speak Spanish. Better video for an introduction?
Now, from CBS News Miami, this is Facing South.
Bro, I don't know if this guy's got motion like that. He's got 12K people watching him.
Communist agenda on our people.
And Alex Otola is here with us today, and I will just point out, even though you did fairly well speaking English, you did well speaking English, I know that you're more comfortable, you understand English pretty well, but you're more comfortable.
Oh my God, racist as hell, bro. What is happening? Bro, what is the local news guy saying?
You said speaking in Spanish, so your translator is here, and so we'll be using him as well to translate the interview. But if you're comfortable speaking in English, do so. Otherwise, we'll make it work with the translator.
La campaña pretende hacerlo diferente. The campaign intends to do this differently. Por eso prefiero hablar español. And that's why I rather speak Spanish.
Okay, so let's sort of start. I always like to ask a candidate running, why are you running? What is it that, why do you want to be mayor of Miami-Dade County?
Yo he decidido saltar a la política tras la exigencia de los propios seguidores. La gente quiere cambio en Miami-Dade. La gente está cansada del establishment establecido, de los políticos que mienten cada vez que tratan de conseguir votos. I started in politics as a demand from the people. People would like to have some changes in Miami-Dade. They are tired about the establishment and about the politicians that lie in order to get votes.
Okay, so I wanna just sort of pick up.
It's kind of like Baba and not speaking English on principle. Yeah, I do respect it, except he's incredibly reactionary. Tired of Stalinist communism in Miami-Dade. Yeah.
Sort of strayed from the values of their consumers. And at the time, a lot of people were still of the mindset, there's no way you're going to get this company to change things. They're worth billions and billions of dollars. You're one guy.
3 weeks later, Tractor Supply caved. The company said in a statement that it would retire its DEI goals, stop sponsoring pride festivals, and no longer submit data to the Human Rights Campaign, the nonprofit that grades companies on their policies when it comes to LGBTQ workers. Tractor Supply and the Human Rights Campaign declined to comment on the story.
So these are all the statements from companies that we have convinced to change. You've got Brown.
I like that this guy is like a serial nuisance. Like, it's pretty funny. He just annoys people. He annoys companies that are making stupid ass marketing, that are making stupid marketing decisions to be like, oh, here at John Deere Tractor, we value our neurodivergent minor, Emperor, non-binary tractor operators. And then this guy has an aneurysm when he reads that and immediately gets to dialing. Okay? Immediately. It's just like Mr. Too much time on his hands. That's what it is. And then of course the companies are like, yeah, we didn't do this gay anyway. Yeah, okay, you got us. Oops. This isn't that related, but I hate this ponytail.
Foreman, owner of Jack Daniels, Lowe's.
Starbucks has gone after over a dozen public companies, each of which has since announced retreats from their DEI.
Like Black & Decker, hey, John Deere, your founder actually killed my father in the Cuban Revolution. Stop with all that gay
policies, according to Starbucks.
Caterpillar, Harley-Davidson, John Deere, and the one that started it all, Tractor Supply.
Starbucks' impact has been really significant so far. Companies have rolled back policies. They are worried about a social media attack by him. And this is on top of already mounting pressure from shareholder initiatives to litigation around DEI policies.
Starbucks shares his findings with its followers on X and Instagram. His posts about Tractor Supply were forwarded and posted so often that the name of the company started trending on X.
Social media is very important for Starbucks' success. And rather than a more private forum like a shareholder proposal or a litigation, this is very public, and companies, I think, are thinking through the fact that they will need to react.
To date, Starbucks says the most challenging campaign was Harley-Davidson.
It wasn't hard from the context that I thought we couldn't change them. It was hard from the context of I knew how damaging this was in the process, and I couldn't.
Next time the Wall Street Journal is making a video on the Browns, I know. It's so funny that the mainstream media, I mean, Wall Street Journal is already pretty right-wing, but they don't care about like DEI initiatives or anything like that. They just care about money. But yeah, this is the equivalent of doing a video on drums. To be like, this guy tackled wokeness in video game developers.
Couldn't believe that they were willing to continue down this path of essentially lighting money on fire and slapping their existing customer base in the face.
To the CEO of Harley-Davidson, I know you're watching this video. No more donations to woke causes. No more donations.
Why are companies scared of 20K likes in one day of trending? Because their commitment to like woke is just marketing anyway. They do it because they don't want people to yell at them. That's it. So they can just like keep exploiting the American labor force to the best of their ability. So when someone, you know, makes a big fuss on the opposite direction, then they go, oops, sorry, my bad. They don't care if there is enough momentum and enough motion to do good PR by supporting Black Lives Matter or whatever, then they'll do that. If there's no longer any interest in supporting Black Lives Matter, and if there is like at least some motion in the anti-woke crowd and soothing their interest, then they'll do that.
To pride parades, that parade
I've told you a few times, but I know him personally. He was asking Alexandria's video guy and got outed for some charges, so we had to leave the scene. 2016, almost a week after the election, he was on him heavily. There's more to him that sucks. What is this? Tom Morello? Deal. My assumption was wrong. I still think your communist views are disgusting, but at least you're not voting for a warmonger. Also, Fidel Castro stole everything from my family of cattle ranchers, so I appreciate your apology for calling me a hero. Gracias. Apology accepted. Your cattle rancher, fascist, death squad, Batista, apologies, family, crybaby problems, or perhaps a conversation for another time, but nice pivot. Wow, I guess Tom Morello is raging for the machine again. The machine of being pro-Fidel Castro in the United States of America. We're never getting a pansexual Harley Davidson shirt? Yeah, sorry. There's no pansexual visibility with Harley Davidson.
to children, just make motorcycles, period.
Starbucks posts about Harley Davidson were also amplified by billionaire Elon Musk.
We did an analysis of impressions and found that it was upward of 1 billion impressions via all of our Harley-Davidson stories that had occurred and all of the influencers who made videos and things like that. So anybody who knows the ad world knows companies pay enormous amounts of money to get 1 billion impressions on something. This is not the 1 billion impressions you want.
Harley-Davidson did not respond to a request for comment. Starbucks' activism appears to the world in his social media blitzes, but his campaigns are based on his own small team's painstaking, weeks-long investigations.
It's always predicated off of whistleblower testimony or them bringing forward evidence, things along those lines. We examine that and then we dig deeper and do an open source investigation where we're looking at things that are public but that most people never look at, like sustainability reports and things like that. And we collect that all together and build a real portrait of how an ideology may have shaped or taken over a company.
When the Wall Street Journal visited Starbucks, he was working on a campaign for the automaker Nissan.
This document I have in front of me is the 2023 Nissan DEI report. It's titled Accelerating Allyship. And the reason that we're looking at this is because oftentimes inside these you find different threads to pull about exactly what these companies are doing. So on this form, they say we define DEI as, and they've got equity listed, and it says recognizing that each person has different circumstances and allocating the resources and opportunities needed to reach an equal outcome. The horror of it is that it sounds so similar to equality that people get tricked into believing that they should accept equity. But equity, in fact, is something that seeks to strip excellence and really everything that makes you special and individual away from it.
All right, y'all, I've got amazing news once again. Another company is dropping with policies today. It is Nissan.
Notably, Nissan decided to roll back its DEI policies before Starbucks went public with his investigation.
When we approached Nissan with one of our findings and the story we were thinking about putting out, Nissan was ready to listen right away. And now we're very proud to be able to bring you these changes.
In response to a request for comment, Nissan wrote, "For nearly 4 decades, our commitment to respect and inclusion has been rooted in our values, shaped an environment where each of our team members can contribute at work, and, ultimately, contributed to the success of our business." Starbucks says he is mostly focused on companies that have a conservative customer base.
You have to have a strategy to first start with the companies that depend on the right-wing consumer. Once you start to shift those, you're starting to shift the psychology of the country. And in doing so, you start to be able to move a little bit further away from being so vastly populated by right-wing consumers. So that
this guy is so consumer-brained. Oh my God. He literally thinks that, oh my God, I hate this so much. Oh yeah, once you shift John Deere away from LGBT initiatives, then you'll shift the American population. It just everything that Americans care about revolves around burger and the consumption of burger. Oh my God, it's so stupid. Look, every single one of these corporations, especially due to in the age of corporate consolidation, every single one of these corporations are operating on like minuscule profit margins. They're constantly looking to maintain efficiency, and they thought for some time that these like fake initiatives to say that they love gay people or whatever was going to cause people to buy their products more. Okay, that's it. That's the only reason why they did it. And I've long maintained the position that it's better for companies to not do these like pro-LGBT initiatives and then drop it like a bad habit the moment that there's anyone that's like against it. The moment that anyone like trends on Twitter for 24 hours, then because it's worse overall when they drop that kind of stuff because these guys get a W out of it, making it seem as though there's no appetite for this kind of thing anyway. If if you're a small business and you're owned and operated by, you know, if you're a private business and you're owned and operated by a family and you have genuine ideological convictions, then yeah, it's fine. Go ahead, okay? What he quoted you as well. I don't think it's healthy for a nation to be held hostage with hallucinations of a rabid cult that lives in an entirely separate reality. Agreed. Something has to be done about mainstream media and their brainwashing of so many people. Thankfully, Trump won, so we can have. Oh, this guy follows me. Like Ben and Jerry's a great example of this, right? Obviously, Ben and Jerry, while they're still owned by like a larger conglomerate, have a genuinely held opinion, and they're willing to fight for it, and they're willing to like eat away at their profits, as a matter of fact, or they're willing to take a hit when it comes to standing by their convictions on Israel. Okay, not every company wants to do that. Many companies are just terrified. Many companies are terrified of putting out anything, really, any political statement whatsoever. And it's really annoying. It's really annoying when companies like that just, you know, throw out this like purely aesthetic campaign about how they're pro-gay now or whatever, only to drop it at the first moment of feedback. It sucks. Said Apple is the only exception. Apple opposes investor calls to end its DEI efforts. We try to create a culture of belonging. Yeah, I mean, because he's gay. Tim Apple's gay. So I guess they are, you know, they're like, yeah, we're not going to do that because it doesn't matter. Why is EDI wrong, though? Can marginalized people not get crumbs of semblance of justice, even if it's just an illusion? What? Why is DEI wrong? I'm not saying DEI is wrong. I'm just saying exactly what it is, which is a marketing initiative. No company says, oh, we don't want to hire the best people. We want to hire gay people. Okay? That's not a real thing. Everyone wants to hire the best people. This is idiotic. Okay? The notion that the notion that companies are just saying no to the best possible candidates for a position because they're not gay enough or not brown enough is idiotic. It's not real. It's stupid. Okay? It's not. That's not a real thing. DEI initiatives are, at best, marketing initiatives. Real diversity initiatives, on the other hand, that companies apply, oftentimes are also applied for pro-capitalist interest, like having a more diverse board of executives, for example, leads to having better returns on your overall investments, having higher profit margins year over year. So that's the reason why they want to have more diverse people in general. Okay? Because, you know, the American population is diverse. So it's better to have at least, you know, a group of people that understand the market that you're producing to. I mean, the market that you're trying to sell to. DEI overall, is either, simply put, a marketing initiative or, at the very least, a way to expand the labor pool, okay? It just simply means don't overlook non-white and non-male applicants because you're so used to simply hiring white men. That's it. But, in any case, it's ultimately inconsequential.
That's how you eventually have seen us take on Toyota and Boeing and Walmart.
Starbucks' activism is controversial and has attracted plenty of critics, some of whom have labeled his views racist and homophobic.
Proponents of DEI policies believe that this is good for the workforce, this is good for customers, and it is good potentially for companies' financials as well.
So for my critics who claim that DEI improves anything at work, I think there's really only one answer I can give them, and it's that I hope they enjoyed reading the book, How to Lie with Statistics, because that's all they're doing.
For companies that he has yet to target, Starbucks has a message.
We're reasonable people. We're not here to shake companies down. Don't be afraid to reach out and ask questions. You know, I will offer advice for free to any of these executives at major companies and tell them what needs to change. You don't need to be a story to change.
We're not gonna watch this. We're not gonna watch this whole thing. This is one of those. This conversation isn't for me moments. I do consulting for airports around DEI, and a lot of it currently has been workforce development in low-income neighborhoods to create a better pathway to airport jobs. In 2021, Starbucks declared his candidacy for the Republican nomination to represent Tennessee's 5th congressional district. The state Republican Party removed him from the 2022 primary ballot A decision ultimately upheld by the Tennessee Supreme Court. Bro, literally no one likes this loser. Well, Wall Street Journal does, so that's cool.
Hey there, Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, you might be noticing that something has changed. It's not Mint's offer of unlimited premium wireless for $15 a month. It's the camera we're shooting with, which is a lot cheaper than renting a fancy commercial camera. Just another way that we're passing big savings on to you.
I'm very difficult to kind of follow. And in this,
I'm gonna tell my nephew this is Zucklemore. Nah, it's Lil Zucky. Just on Timberpool. Yeah, he's a musician, dude. Yeah, Lil Zucky. Please blink, bro. Humans do that shit way more than once every 3 minutes. Anyway, let's talk about Zuckerbot.
To push that program, they also tried to censor anyone who was basically arguing against it. And they pushed us super hard to take down things that were honestly true, right? I mean, they basically pushed us and said, you know, anything that says that vaccines might have side effects, you basically need to take down. And I was just like, well, we're not going to do that. Like, we're clearly not going to do that. I mean, that is kind of inarguable.
Bro, I'm sorry, but it is so unimaginably simple to dupe conservabots. All you need to do is just be like, yeah, I hate vaccines and people and Mexicans, really. What I hate the most, though, a vaccinated Mexican. And then that's it. They're like, oh, he's no longer overcome by the woke mind virus. That's it. That's all it takes, man. What the hell is wrong with these people?
But he did.
Right.
And he's a weasel. just like everybody covering their you-know-whats in the fire situation. This guy was weak. And you know what's interesting when I was reading all this stuff about it? Do you remember when people were talking about him being presidential timber, like he could run for president? Remember this? This is, oh yeah, there was a lot of talk about that. Like, this guy, he's so brilliant.
I think it's awesome that these guys still are saying we don't trust him, though, which is also weird because it's like who's this for then? He's doing all this for you, and you still don't trust him? Okay, I like it. I'll take it.
And it's
what is he looking at? What was he looking at just there?
Now all the tide has turned that he feels safe to say what he cooperated with the government to do, which was to censor you and stifle your First Amendment right.
And he's crying like a little baby on a podcast because he got cursed at by somebody in the administration.
Oh, my stepdad yelled at, and you didn't stand up for that.
No, I think you're 100% right. He's weak, and he's now bending to the new direction of the wind, which, by the way, also includes Meta, Facebook's parent company, doing away with a lot of DEI stuff. You know, they've taken tampons out of the men's restroom at Meta, and they're doing away with...
What will we do?
They're doing away with some DEI. This is a memo leaked from Meta. On hiring, we will continue to source candidates from different backgrounds, but we will stop using the diverse slate approach. The practice has always been subject to public debate and is currently being challenged. So they're doing away with DEI initiatives.
It's also not just for employees. Like you think DEI, they're DEI to hire someone, but they were also favoring contractors who were of different. So it's much bigger than you think. And they're saying we're going to start sourcing from any American who has the best price and the best deal, as opposed to.
That's amazing. They're just like purists. Like, you're not doing enough symbolic for me. You need to show me you really mean it. Go and like fire all of your trans employees right now, or else I don't believe you.
Any company that is run by a Hispanic or Black person.
And it does breed incredible suspicion, because then go back to the fires. You look at these people, and take the fire chief, for example, first woman person that's
LGBTQ.
I don't know. Anyway, whatever. And so but the point is that maybe she's the greatest fire chief on earth. But now that the city is burning to the ground, everybody's going, well, obviously this was probably a DEI hire, and it just breeds.
No, you're saying that. No, you can't point to DEI initiatives to be like, and that's why we're f***ing stupid. Oh, I can't believe people weren't immediately gay. It's just that like people are now logically gay because of DEI.
Breeds the suspicion.
Yeah.
It makes you like if you're Ben Carson and you're a brilliant surgeon, but because you're black, you get accused of people assume that you got there not by earning it.
Because of affirmative action.
Yeah, and it's a pernicious. Even in the best cases, it's pernicious. Absolutely.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
I was really worried from the beginning about basically becoming this sort of decider of what is true in the world. Right? That's like kind of a crazy position to be in for billions of people using your service. And so we tried to put in place a system that would deal with it. And early on tried to basically make it so that it was really limited. We're like, all right, we're just gonna have the system where there's third-party fact checkers and they can check the worst of the worst stuff, right? So things that are very clear hoaxes, that there's it's not like we're not parsing speech about whether something is slightly true or slightly false, like the earth is flat, things like that, right? So that was sort of the original intent. We put in place the system and it just sort of veered from there. I think to some degree, it's because some of the people whose job is to do fact checking, a lot of their industry is focused on political fact checking, so they just kind of veered in that direction, kept on trying to basically get it to be what we had originally intended, which is just, it's not, the point isn't to judge people's opinions, it's to provide this layer to kind of help fact check some of the stuff that seems the most extreme, but it just, it was just never accepted by people broadly. I think people just felt like the fact checkers were too biased. Not necessarily even so much in what they ruled, although sometimes I think people would disagree with that. A lot of the time, it was just what types of things they chose to even go and fact check in the first place. So I kind of think after having gone through that whole exercise, it I don't know, it's something out of 1984, one of these books where it's just it really is a slippery slope. And it just got to a point where it's just, okay, this is destroying so much trust, especially in the United States, to have this program. And I guess it was probably about a few years that I really started coming to the conclusion that we were going to need to change something about that. COVID was the other big one, where that was also very tricky, because at the beginning it was
one of the great challenges in this world is knowing enough about a subject to think you're right, but not enough about the subject to know you're wrong. There's a gazillion hours of me on the internet. In almost every case, I'm talking about the universe, black holes, the Big Bang, time travel, God. But what I'm gonna do in this masterclass is teach you how to think. The goal here is to train your mind how to see the world differently, how to question what others say. I've come to realize that there are three categories of truth: personal truth, political truths, and the objective truths that shape our understanding of the universe. The interesting thing about an objective truth is that it's true no matter what. Imagine that. By the time we're done, you will be equipped with some of the methods and tools so you can turn data into information, information into knowledge, knowledge into wisdom.
It's like a legitimate public health crisis, in the beginning, and it's even people who are the most ardent First Amendment, defenders. The Supreme Court has this clear precedent that's all right, you can't yell fire in a crowded theater. There are times when, if there's an emergency, your ability to speak can temporarily
Is this a
be
rapper?
curtailed
Yeah.
in order to get an emergency.
His name is Jack Harlow, but he's fallen on bad times. He used to be cool. Good friends with Drewski initially, but now he just does this weird stuff. I don't know. He is of Dominican descent, as you can clearly tell. Yeah.
So I was sympathetic to that at the beginning of COVID. It seemed okay, you have this virus, It seems like it's killing a lot of people. I don't know, like we didn't know at the time how dangerous it was going to be. So at the beginning, it kind of seemed like, okay, we should give a little bit of deference to the government and the health authorities on how we should play this. But when it went from, 2 weeks to flatten the curve to, and like in the beginning, it was like, okay, there aren't enough masks. Masks aren't that important. To then it's like, oh no, you have to wear a mask. And, everything was shifting around. It just became very difficult to kind of follow. And this...
I'm gonna tell my nephew this is Zucklemore. Nah, it's Lil Dicky. Lil Zucky. Justin Timberpool. Yeah, he's a musician, dude. Yeah, Lil Zucky. Please blink, bro. Humans do that shit way more than once every 3 minutes. Yeah, he's trying his very best to be human. And like getting hit with a Dominican ray did help tremendously, in my opinion. But even then, he just still has a lot of that like old lizard tendencies.
This really hit the most extreme, I'd say, during the Biden administration when they were trying to roll out the vaccine program. And I'm generally like pretty pro rolling out vaccines. I think on balance the vaccines are more positive than negative. But I think that while they're trying to push that program, they also tried to censor anyone who was basically arguing against it. And they pushed us super hard to take down things that were honestly true, right? I mean, they basically pushed us and said, anything that says that vaccines might have side effects, you basically need to take down. And I was just like, we're not going to do that. We're clearly not. I mean, that is kind of
Who's telling you to take down things?
Yeah, it was
to talk about vaccines.
Jews who control the media, Joe. I'll have you know. I didn't think it was the case, but yeah, Jews, they do the vaccines and the media. They do it both. It's wild. I'm Jewish. I didn't know. He's like, I'm so desperate. Joe, please, Joe. Holocaust denial is A-okay on my platform now. Please forget that I'm an evil billionaire.
It was people in the Biden administration. I think it was, I wasn't involved in those conversations directly, but I think it was...
How difficult is that to not be involved in those conversations directly? That's got to be strange too, right? Because you're running the company, but there's clearly you're moderating at scale that's beyond the imagination. The number of human beings you're moderating is fucking insane. Like, what's a Facebook? How many people use it on a daily basis? Forget about how many overall. Like, how many people use it regularly?
It's 3.2 billion people use one of our services every day. It's wild.
More than a third of the planet. That's so crazy.
Yeah, and it's
almost half of Earth.
Well, on a monthly basis, it is probably half. Of it. But
so I want to say that though, there's a lot of like hypercritical people that are conspiracy theorists and think that everybody's a part of some cabal to control them. I want you to understand that whether it's YouTube or all these,
Mark is one of the good ones. So yeah, they do have a cabal, but Mark, as you can see, is one of the good ones. I mean, he hates COVID. Yeah, he hates COVID. He said it. He loves ivermectin. He's gonna eat this ivermectin paste right now to show fealty.
Whatever place that you think is doing something that's awful, it's good that you speak, because this is how things get changed, and this is how people find out that people are upset about moderation and censorship. But moderating at scale is insane.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah.
What we were talking the other day about the number of videos that go up every hour on YouTube, and it's bananas. It's bananas. It's like to try to get a human being that is reasonable, logical, and objective, that's going to analyze every video. It's virtually impossible. It's not possible. So you got to use a bunch of tools. You got to get a bunch of things wrong. And you have also people reporting things. And how much is that going to affect things? You could have mass reporting because you have bad actors. You have some corporation that decides we're going to attack this video because it's bad for us, going to take it down. There's so much going on. I want to put that in people's heads before we go on.
Yeah, his job is really hard.
Kind of numbers. Now understand you have the pandemic.
Yeah, moderation at that scale is really difficult, which is why it's awesome that he stopped doing it altogether as a cost-cutting operation. That's great. Zuck went from Reddit Mod Energy to Big Brother Energy. Wait, Big Brother? What do you mean? No, he went. I mean, he's just a BJJ guy now. That's it. He's Mr. BJJ now. And in that process of becoming Mr. BJJ, he, I think he got hit in the head a bunch. I don't know.
And then you have the administration that's doing something where I think they crossed the line, where it gets really weird, where they're saying what you're saying, they're trying to get you to take down vaccine side effects, which is just crazy.
Yeah, so, I mean, like you're saying, I mean, it's so complicated, this system, that I could spend every minute of all of my time doing this and not actually focused on building any of the things that we're trying to do. AI, glasses, like the future of social media, all that stuff. So, so I get involved in this stuff, but in general, we have a policy team. There are people who I trust. There the people who are kind of working on this on a day-to-day basis. And the interactions that I was just referring to, I mean, a lot of this is documented. I mean, because you know, Jim Jordan and the House had this whole investigation committee into the kind of government censorship around stuff like this. And we produced all these documents, and it's all in the public domain. I mean, basically, these people from the Biden administration would call up our team and like scream at them and curse, and it's like these documents it's all kind of out there.
Did you record any of those phone calls?
I don't think we. But I think
I want to listen.
I mean, there are emails. the emails are published. It's all kind of out there, and they're like, basically, it just got to this point where we were like, no, we're not gonna take down things that are true. That's ridiculous. They want us to take down this meme of Leonardo DiCaprio looking at a TV talking about how 10 years from now or something, you know, you're going to see an ad that says, okay, if you took a COVID vaccine, you're eligible for, you know, like for this kind of payment, like this sort of like class action lawsuit type meme.
Work on it later.
And they're like, no, you have to take that down. And we just said, no, we're not going to take down humor and satire. We're not going to take down things that are true. And then at some point, I guess, I don't know, it flipped a bit. I mean, Biden, when he gave some statement at some point, I don't know if it was a press conference or to some journalists, where he basically was like, these guys are killing people. And I don't know, then like all these different agencies and branches of government basically just like started investigating and coming after our company. It was brutal. It was brutal.
Wow. Yeah. It's just a massive overstepping.
Yeah,
and,
well, I mean,
also,
I think
you weren't killing people. This is the thing about all of this. It's like they suppressed so much information about.
There you have it. If you're wondering why he's trying to get into the good graces of Donald Trump while also simultaneously lying, it's not because he had a change of heart about vaccine denial and now knows the truth that vaccines make you gay and autistic. It's because he hated that he was prosecuted by the regulatory agencies. And he ties it back to COVID conspiracies and how he let COVID conspiracies run amok on the platform. But of course, that's not the reason why he was prosecuted by, or he was.
The future of your business is here. With Wix, you get advanced AI capabilities for more customization, more time, and more growth. Speed up your website copy with an AI text generator that delivers a consistent brand voice to every corner of your site. Unlimited unique visuals enhance every piece of content you create. Instantly.
Was investigated by the FTC. He is literally lying. Dude spent 12 hours testifying to Congress while his company was embroiled in the most high-profile data privacy scandal of the 21st century. I don't know what the CFPB is or why it relates to social media companies. Wait, wasn't it the FTC too? Trump's FTC sued Facebook. On Rogan, Zuckerberg says he doesn't know what the CFPB is or why it's investigating Meta.
That were looking into us that were like not really involved with social media. Like I think like the CFPB, like this financial. I don't even know what it stands for. It's the financial.
Oh, you do know what it stands for, bitch. Come on.
Things that people should be doing, regardless of whether or not you believe in the vaccine. Regardless, put that aside. Metabolic health is of the utmost importance in your everyday life, whether there's a pandemic or there's not. And there's a lot of things that you can do that can help you recover from illness. It prevents illnesses. It makes your body more robust and healthy. It strengthens your immune system. And they were suppressing all that information. And that's just crazy. You can't say you're one of the good guys if you're suppressing information that would help people recover from all kinds of diseases, not just COVID, the flu, common cold, all sorts of different things, high doses of vitamin C, D3 with K2 and magnesium. They were suppressing this stuff because they didn't want people to think that you could get away with not taking a vaccine, which is really crazy when you're talking about something that 99.07% of people survive. This is a crazy overstep, but it scared the shit out of a lot of people. Red-pilled, as it were, a lot of people, because they realized, like, oh, 1984 is like an instruction. It's like, it shows you how things can go that way with wrong speak and with bizarre distortion of facts. And when it comes down to it, in today's day and age, the way people get information.
The idea that the American government was actively suppressing people from learning the truth about working out and being healthy, being good for you in terms of, like, you know, in terms of recovering from COVID or any number of different healthcare complications is the dumbest argument you can ever make. Yeah, dude, the government was actively telling you you can't use vitamins. This is, once again, born out of, like, complete mania and a permanent seeking of victimhood, where they're like, oh yeah, the government doesn't want you to know that receiving blowjobs is awesome, dude. They hate that. They're trying to suppress the truth. The government doesn't want you to know that, you know, ice cold glass of water hits different when it's on your bedside and in the middle of the night when you wake up and you're thirsty. That's right, dude. The government is actively suppressing that, bro. I hate it. Nobody is suppressing the understandable notion of stating facts about working out. It's so stupid.
Information is through your platform, through X. This is how people are getting information. They're getting information from YouTube, they're getting information from a bunch of different sources now. And you can't censor that if it's real legitimate information because it's not ideologically convenient.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's basically the journey that I've been on. Right, it started off very pro-free speech, and then over the last 10 years, there have been these two big episodes. It was the Trump election and the aftermath, where I feel like in retrospect, I deferred too much to the kind of critique of the media on what we should do. And since then, I think generally trust in media has fallen off a cliff, right? So I don't think I'm alone in that journey. I think you know, that's basically the experience that a lot of people have had is, okay, it's the stuff that's being written about is not kind of all accurate. And even if the facts are right, it's kind of written from a slant a lot of the time. Of course. And then there's the government version, which was during COVID, which is okay. Like, it's like our government is telling us that we need to censor true things. It's like, this is a disaster. And it's, you know, it's not just the U.S., right? I think you know, a lot of people in the U.S. focus on this as an American phenomenon, but I kind of think that the reaction to COVID probably caused a breakdown in trust in a lot of governments around the world. Because, I mean, you know, 2024 was a big election.
I never understood why conservatives hated this guy so much. Facebook has always been so welcoming to QAnon conspiracy theories. And they still thought that they still thought that Zuckerbot was against them. And I never understood that. Like, he's always been a friend. And even now, he's like actively trying to be like, no, guys, I love this. Like, I'm with it. Look, I do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Because he's Jewish? I mean, that certainly plays a role for some people. That certainly plays a role for, like, you know, the hardline Nazis. But, you know, Ben Shapiro's Jewish. And he's broadly well received by the right-wing movement. I don't know. They told him he looked so fine with a beard and mustache. They said he looks like Jack Harlow since then he thinks he is Jack Harlow. I don't know. I just never really understood that the broad hatred that people have for big tech. Like, I get why they had it for Google, even though Google has also been decently pro-right-wing, even neo-Nazi sentiment. But, like, Facebook has always been, like, overtly right-wing.
Year around the world, and you know, there are all these countries, India, Mexico, you know, just like a ton of countries that had elections, and the incumbents basically lost every single one. So there is some sort of a global phenomenon
the most affordable 12-month GLP-1 program, with the same active ingredient as Ozempic and Wegovy. For one payment upfront, 12 months of weight loss by Hers includes 1 weekly injection, app content to help you achieve your weight loss goals, and 24/7 messaging with providers through the Hers app. Start your weight loss journey today.
Experience the power of AI content creation and the intelligence of AI analytics in a single solution. Adobe Gen Studio for Performance Marketing lets marketers create their own on-brand ads at unprecedented speed and scale. Real-time insights show exactly where and why your content performs, so you can optimize on the fly and launch every campaign with confidence. Deliver the high-performing experiences customers expect and drive measurable results faster. Adobe Gen Studio for Performance Marketing. AI-powered to empower marketers.
Phenomenon where whether it was because of inflation, because of the economic policies to deal with COVID, or just how the governments dealt with COVID, seems to have had this effect that's global, not just the U.S., but like a very broad decrease in trust, at least in that set of incumbents, and maybe in sort of these democratic institutions overall. So I think that what you're saying of, yeah, how do people get their information now? It's by sharing it online on social media. I think that that's just increasingly true. And my view at this point is like, all right, like we started off focused on free expression. We kind of had this pressure tested over the last period. I feel like I just have a much greater command now of what I think the policy should be, and like this is how it's going to be going forward. And so I mean, at this point, I think I think a lot of people.
What do you mean by Google being right wing? I've always made the position that if terms of service were properly applied by platforms, the terms of service that are written, right, were just simply applied by platforms. Most platforms look like Twitch. They just don't ban. YouTube never bans. Like, it takes a uniquely far-right, overt neo-Nazi to get permit from YouTube. I mean, look, Keemstar still has his channel. Yeah, you have to do, like, active crimes on YouTube. At most, they'll demonetize. And even that's, like, a relatively new thing. YouTube was a major platform for openly far-right, neo-Nazi radicalization that took place in the initial Gamergate era. Unless you accidentally include 5 seconds of a trailer, that's the copyright system, they will nuke you from orbit. Okay, that's, yeah, they actively do work against that. That's the one thing that they do care about, because that's capitalism.
Look at this as like a purely political thing. You know, it's because they kind of look at the timing and they're like, hey, well, you're doing this right after the election. It's like, okay, I try not to like change our content rules like right in the middle of an election either, right? It's like there's not like a great time to do this. It's, right. You know,
and you want to do it a year later.
Yeah, it's like there's no good time to do it. There's, right. You know, and whatever time is going on, there's going to be, you know, so. The good thing about doing it after the election is you get to take this kind of cultural pulse as like, okay, where are people right now, and how are people thinking about it? We try to have policies that reflect, you know, mainstream discourse. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. This is something I've been thinking about for a while. I think that this is going to be pretty durable because at this point we've just been pressure tested on this stuff for like the last 8 to 10 years with like these huge institutions just pressuring us, and I feel like this is kind of the right place to be going forward.
What was it like when they were attacking? Like, first of all, what was the premise? Like, what were they saying was your offense? Was it that you were allowing information that was not true, that was getting out there? I know there was also, they're saying that you guys were allowing hate groups to speak. There was a lot of this.
Yeah. I mean, the tough thing with politics is that there's like...
Bro, Elon Musk basically destroyed this man. Ironically enough, initially he had destroyed Elon Musk by being like, all right, talk shit, get hit. And Elon was like, bet, I'm not fighting you. I'm just gonna turn you into me. He is literally following the footsteps of Elon Musk. In order to win favor with the Trump administration, he's just like, yeah, I'm just like Elon. I'm just like you, Elon, I promise.
Well, when you say someone's coming after you, are you referring to kind of the government and investigations and all that? I mean, so the issue is that there's people saying divorce incoming, but Zuck is a major wife guy. Like,
Major wife guy. He's already a libertarian guy with an Asian wife. So he already, these guys either become perma-divorce dads or libertarian guys with Asian wives. And Zuck is the second. Someone said passport bros. Dog. Not every single person that has an Asian wife is a passport bro. The fuck are you talking about? Didn't they meet at goddamn Stanford or some shit? Or Harvard? Some of y'all are so stupid. We're waiting on Caroline and Marcia here, and then we're gonna go head to the Rose Bowl. No, we'll take a Porsche.
What specific thing an agency might be looking to you for? And then there's like the underlying political motivation, which is like, why do the people who are running this thing hate you? And I think that those can often be two very different things.
Do you think there's a whole right-wing shit that corporates like still having a Kamala one? No, dude, my car. We're going in my car. We're driving in my car. Sorry.
Tim Pool, host of Timcast.
Sorry.
Are you buying the Zuckerberg transition? I'm buying that he's a fair weather friend and that this is the path of least resistance. But hey, look, we're happy Trump won. So I'll take the power if he's shifting in this direction. But I think when you look at the Joe,
I love that Tim Pool acts like he is like a consequential figure in the right-wing movement. Have you guys noticed that like there are so many silly-ass people that are in Trump's immediate orbit, and yet Tim Pool, not one of those guys. I feel like his vibes are so bad that even people in Trump's orbit are just like, I don't really mess with that guy. He's kind of odd. I don't really like him. Think about it. The Russian government has paid people that have been closer to Donald Trump than Tim Pool, like Dave Rubin, like Benny Johnson. I'm seeing a bunch of this sort of response to my mentions today, which are intense. Worst case scenario for Zuckerberg is not only does he alienate himself from Dems liberals, but conservatives find this public heel turn
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running. That's why at Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Disingenuous. Dave, Zuckerberg is such a spineless jellyfish. Someone from Biden's team, unnamed, told his team to take stuff down, so he rolled over. Trump gets elected, and suddenly he's a new man. Meta execs anticipated this, which is why policy leader Joel Kaplan and Kevin Martin called a bunch of conservative influencers the night before their policy overhaul to start warming them up. Charlie Kirk says he and Zuckerberg spoke recently. To understand the way that right-wing independent content creators and like the right-wing establishment are basically hand in glove all the time, look no further than this example. Mark Zuckerberg calling up me, but on the Republican side by phone. Can you imagine a world where any liberal establishment wins office and then a multi-billionaire owner of a social media platform gives me a direct call to be like, hey, I'm gonna do a left-wing pivot now, and I just wanted to make sure that you're cool with it. Understand the asymmetry. Understand how unbalanced the structure is. Understand how pervasive the influence of the supposed independent media figures are and how much power they hold. But are you cool with it? What do you mean? The left is fractured? They're not the left. The Democratic Party is not the left. Anyway, Mr. Zuckerberg decided to promote Mr. Kaplan's Meta's head of global public to carry out the changes and deepen Meta's ties to the incoming Trump administration, replacing Nick Clegg, a former deputy minister of Britain who had handled policy and regulatory issues globally for Meta since 2018. The night before Meta's announcement, Mr. Kaplan held individual calls with top conservative social media influencers, two people said. I guess Tim Pool didn't get that call.
Look in podcasts, he talks about, oh, they're yelling at us and they're forcing us to do these things. This only scratches the surface. Facebook built a portal for feds to log in to their company so they could flag misinformation. It has long been known, over a decade, that the federal government, the FBI, the CIA, I think the NSA, had backdoor access to Facebook as well as many other companies. So when Zuckerberg comes out and he's all, oh man, you know, they were yelling at us and putting this pressure, we had no choice to do it. You're only saying that now because the news and the information got leaked over a long and hard-fought battle where activists, real journalists, were exposing them for having done this. Now they're giving us the light vanilla version of, they were just having us censor this COVID stuff. No, let me ask you a question, Mark Zuckerberg. Eric Charmel, do you remember that name?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is one of the guys involved in whistleblowing on Donald Trump for the false impeachment against him related to Ukraine. And there was a period where if you went on...
This chatter said he signed on to Google with a new account. Since you search for Hasanabi, sponsor post, the best news show on YouTube, Timcast. This is how they keep maintaining, dude. I don't do any marketing. Look at my numbers. This guy gets paid by the Russian government to the tune of, $4 million, does constant marketing, and he barely has any motion. I'm not sure if he's advertising on site as a whole or in politics and gaming. I got an ad for him searching for Tarkov.
Facebook, and type that name in any context. They would delete it without notification, no warning, no rule violation. That is extreme censorship, because covering up that name hid a news story of historical significance. We can talk about the laptop. That affected an election, massively important.
And then Joe ended up pardoning his son for the laptop that was real that you got censored for talking about.
Yep.
When Joe Biden says, I could have won, how do you react to that?
What was he underwater, like 14 points in the internal polling?
They didn't show him that poll.
It's really remarkable and scary, though. If you're a Democrat, they don't have anybody. They've been desperate to ice.
I mean, he's not even wrong. If you are a Democrat and you are used to like all of these billionaires being overtly liberal or whatever, maybe this is a scary predicament. But if you're a leftist, like I know that I've never had, like there's never been a moment where I'm like, oh man, I feel so protected by billionaires. I feel so incredibly protected by, these billionaires. They're right wing. They're right wing. They've always been right wing. They don't care about anything. They just care about profit.
Out anybody who could compete with their established order.
And they don't have Newsom anymore. Is Newsom salvageable at this point?
When that video came out and Newsom was asked by Anderson Cooper, where's the water? And he said they're figuring it out. That said right there, Newsom said, I am the governor and I have no idea what's going on in my state.
That picture of him with his hands in his back pockets staring at the fire, he's toast.
The fire stuff hits me really personally. I have a lot of friends deeply affected by it, and I don't want to sound crass. I see these natural disasters happen in the country, the hurricanes, and I feel for these people. And this may sound a little selfish, but when I have family and friends that are living in those hills, and I don't know if they're alive or dead, it hits me twice as hard.
Dog, I live here, and I don't know what the hell you're talking about. You have friends that are on those hills that you don't know are alive or dead? What are you saying? What the hell is he saying, dude? Bro, what a ridiculous exaggeration. Yeah, Tim Pool doesn't know if his friends are alive or dead up on those hills because they don't call him. Because they're not friends. Because they don't want to call Tim. When Tim calls, they're like, oh, God.
Shit.
What do you mean? Yeah, they might have faked their deaths to get away from you, Tim. He's talking about you. Yeah, Tim's like, I have friends out there, like Hasanabi Piker. I keep reaching out to him, hoping he's all right, but he doesn't respond to me, so he might be dead. Jesse, you know what it's like to have a loved one die in a fiery inferno, and you look back at your last text messages to him, and it's like, please respond. I've been calling for 2 days, and you haven't responded.
And I know it shouldn't, but it is personal, so I get really offended by the callousness and the apathy coming from the government there.
Yeah, we need a federal takeover of California. They're just not equipped to handle this. And we got the Olympics right around.
Oh my God. He loves that. He loves that nonsense position.
What a historic day in Washington, D.C. It is, as many of you know, January 6th. It is January 6th. And as you can see, once again, a blanket of angry white descending on the Capitol. And this white, oddly enough, not as disruptive. It did snarl traffic, but a lot less bear spray and Confederate flags. Of course, it is January 6th. It is the day that traditionally we now pretend that we knew was a big deal in terms of certifying the elections. Be honest. Before that insurrection, you had no idea that was there. You had no idea there was a January 6th ceremony or what it did or why it did. Now you just got to act like, oh, yes, the reading of the election. So important. But let's get to it. It always begins with the traditional children's procession, where they bring in boxes filled with the cremated remains of their dead pets. And then they dump them, all the ashes, on the speaker's desk. And then the speaker blows on the dust until the name of the president-elect is conjured in the midst. America.
Hey, it's Ryan Reynolds, and this year our holiday commercial is just stuff I picked up for $5 from a yard sale. Oh, good. Still do.
Because this has nothing to do with national security fears. This has nothing to do with
I was going to wait a little bit longer before fully diving in on this, but I've talked about it on stream, tickling the subject here and there, with Elon Musk's weirdest lies so far about being a Path of Exile 2 top player. For as long as I can remember, Elon has always touted himself as basically a gaming god, where anytime he picks up the sticks, he becomes...
What a historic day in Washington, D.C. It is, as many of you know, it is January 6th, and as you can see once again, a blanket of angry white descending on the Capitol. And this white, oddly enough, not as disruptive. It did slow traffic, but a lot less bear spray and Confederate flags. Of course, it is January 6th. It is the day that traditionally we now pretend that we knew was a big deal in terms of certifying the elections. Be honest. Before that insurrection, you had no idea that was there. You had no idea there was a January 6th ceremony or what it did or why it did. Now you just got to act like, oh, yes, the reading of the election. So important. Well, let's get to it. It always begins with the traditional children's procession, where they bring in boxes filled with the cremated remains of their dead pets. And then they dump them, all the ashes, on the speaker's desk. And then the speaker blows on the dust until the name of the president-elect is conjured in the mist. America is a wonder, isn't it?
Check.
But it's good to see them bringing in the boxes there. Nice to know that democracy now has pallbearers. So trenchant. Of course, the ultimate indignity of this January 6th is that Donald Trump's opponent, Kamala Harris, because she is the vice president, serves as the master of ceremonies to this. Really, you are a very reactive and sad group. The empathy is off the charts with this group. Kamala Harris has to be the master of ceremonies. But it does suck.
The votes for President of the United States are as follows. Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida has received 312 votes. Kamala D. Harris
That's gotta sting. She's like, I can hear you. God damn, it's like attending your own funeral. And even the mourners are like, woohoo! I can't imagine anything that would be more uncomfortable, standing there while the crowd applauds your opponent.
Kamala D. Harris of the state of California has received 226 votes.
That sounded louder. There's a lot of joy in that room. I think she can still win this thing. She just needs to find like 130,000 votes in Georgia. And then, some in Michigan, Pennsylvania, maybe Wisconsin, maybe North Carolina. But ultimately, the certification ceremony that we all looked forward to every 4 years, since I was little, went off without a hitch. Because it's amazing how smoothly our democracy can work when you don't act like a little bitch when we lose.
Damn.
Not naming names. Just saying. But it was lovely to begin this new political year on a peaceful and calm note, because the actual new year was really quite rough. You know, the hopeful dreams of a peaceful new year filled with love and camaraderie, of people in Times Square holding in their pee for 12 hours, shattered by a terrorist attack at 3:15 a.m. in New Orleans. The attack was sudden and horrific. It sent law enforcement scrambling to find the perpetrators, viewers scrambling to find out if the perpetrators, once found, would validate or invalidate their previously held political viewpoints.
We are hearing local reports that the suspect has been named as Shamsud Din Jabbar, which would indicate Middle Eastern descent.
Oh, would it? You don't believe he's of the Mayflower Din Jabbars? The Connecticut Din Jabbars? I'm going over to the country club today. We're going to play around with Din Jabbar. So, point one, MAGA.
The FBI confirming that an ISIS flag was located in that Ford F-150 pickup truck when the attack occurred.
ISIS flag, that's 2-0 MAGA. It's best of 5. Papa needs a brand new reason to deport everybody.
We do know that the vehicle crossed through Eagle Pass, Texas, crossed the border 2 days ago.
A radical Muslim named Din Jabbar illegally crossing the border to commit violence against Americans. Yahtzee! And while normally the right, in tragedy, would caution us to take a moment for thoughts and prayers for the victims and not politicize it, that's only when they think they're on the wrong side of this shit.
The Biden administration has created an environment that allows things like this to happen.
Mr. Trump is blaming the Biden administration's open border policies.
But we've been saying for over a year now that there's likely to be a terrorist attack on our home soil with an open southern border.
No time for thoughts and prayers. Deploy the Continental 48 cloche. That's called a cloche. It's, you know, in the diner, and you're like, I'll have that pie, and they act like someone's going to steal the pie, and they put it under that thing. That's good. That's called a cloche. And that's the basis of the joke. Of course. No. What I love most about this job is the ability to educate on the various paraphernalia found at diners. Of course, the judgment that the networks came to was, of course, rushed to.
Now we're hearing from multiple reports that he was an American citizen, he was in the Army Reserves, that he wasn't some illegal immigrant that came across the border.
Lift the cloche! No, the cloche has been deployed! You must lift the cloche! Or the thing in the diner. All right. So, it didn't turn out to be the ironclad argument for sealed borders that the right was hoping for, but fear not. More chaos to come.
Breaking news out of Las Vegas, where a Tesla Cybertruck exploded outside the Trump Towers Hotel.
Cybertruck exploded outside a Trump hotel. So even terrorists are political cartoonists now? A little on the nose, don't you think? I mean, come on. I think it's pretty clear what's going on here. Have at it, boys.
John, I'm going to point out the obvious. He goes to the Trump resort in Las Vegas. Donald Trump, he's in a Tesla Cybertruck. Elon Musk.
This was a statement. It was making a statement about Trump, about Elon.
Should the FBI be treating this as another attempt on Trump's life, even though he wasn't at the hotel at the time?
I'm gonna go chef something up. I'll be right back.
Why the I saw a car accident outside his hotel in New York. Let's make that number 4 or 5. Who cares what's really happening? But unfortunately, even for that narrative, the statement by the bomber was actually, I think Trump is awesome.
Officials say the man who blew up a Tesla Cybertruck outside a Vegas Trump hotel will express support for President-elect Donald Trump and Elon Musk.
Saying Americans need to, quote, rally behind President-elect Donald Trump and Elon Musk.
far be it from me to tell someone how they should express their affection. I've worked for years to become more open. But even I know that blowing up someone's shit in front of more of their shit, it's what we in the therapy business call a mixed message. So neither end of the illegal immigrant anti-American parlay has hit. But don't let reality ruin a good narrative.
The person who committed the attack was indeed an American citizen. But let's not take our eyes off the bigger picture here, which is that over the past 4 years, millions of people have come into the country.
My goodness, what else don't we know? If these are a couple of people who are homegrown, what don't we know of all of these people who have come across the border?
Yes, yes. Clearly we have a problem over here. So what about over there? It turns out that American-born extremists not only show we have to close the border, they also take the wind out of the left's other favorite policy prescriptions.
This also should lay bare the idea that gun control is going to make us safer. You know, we're using, what are we going to do? Start registering people for or giving background checks for people to get cars?
I saw it. You got halfway through that point, and you're like, no. I don't. I could almost see it when your brain was, I don't want to go down that road. No, what are we going to have to do now? Register our... abort. No, don't say abort. I don't know what's happening. Putting on a one-man show over there. Well, what are we going to make people get licenses for their... What it seems to show is that people have a tremendous ability to fit whatever happens into their predetermined dogmatic worldview. It's not a rush to judgment as much as like a gag reflex, which is why in the immediate aftermath of these terrible events, we all wait to see whose worldview will be validated. And it makes it doubly frustrating that the FBI feels the need to play into the demand for immediate answers when they couldn't possibly know them yet. I give you the FBI 4 hours after the attack.
This is not a terrorist event.
Just say you don't know yet. Because a couple of hours later, when you find out what's really going on, you're just going to look dumb.
The FBI, we are working with our partners to investigate this as an act of terrorism.
Okay. No harm, no foul. It's not like you played into the fears of co-conspirators out there lining the streets with explosives.
We do not believe that Jabbar was solely responsible.
The FBI has recovered video, surveillance video, that appears to show three men and one woman appearing to help put IEDs, what are believed to be IEDs, at locations in the French Quarter.
Holy shit, IEDs in the French Quarter. I guess I have no option but to violently confront anyone in the vicinity that I believe is operating a sleeper cell.
Police interviewed those 4 individuals and now believe that they just were bystanders who happened to look suspicious.
But I already killed them. Look, they happen to look suspicious in New Orleans? Oh, what were they wearing, beads in the winter? Little sparkle and glitter? What were they carrying around, musical instruments and seemingly too upbeat for a funeral?
It turns out those were just patrons on the street that were looking inside the coolers.
Yes, nothing more suspicious than people on Bourbon Street at 3 in the morning looking inside coolers. I also arrested some ladies who were lifting up their shirts, clearly signaling to the other jihadists. These attacks are really frightening and add to this feeling of societal tenuousness that we've all been ingesting since I'm going to go with the creation of Facebook. Almost more frightening is that we can't place these attackers into the normal, neat boxes of disturbed, bullied loners. Not only do they not fit into neat ideological packages, they almost seem uncomfortably normal. The ISIS supporting Jabbar, this is him from a while back.
I'm Shamsuddin Jabbar, property manager with Blue Meadow Properties and team lead at the Midas Group at Core Realty. I just want to say hello and let you know a little bit about me. So I'm born and raised in Beaumont, Texas, and now live in Houston.
Here's the crazy thing. He's the terrorist. I'd have bought real estate from this guy. He seems totally run-of-the-mill, guy who's been life coached up. He's even got the, if you notice there in the background, the basic bitch motivational discipline posters. Go all in, take responsibility, be disciplined. Terrorists generally don't have those posters. I don't remember bin Laden having to remind himself to hang in there. By the way, this is true. Just as a side note, that is the original hang in there baby poster. I don't remember. I had one that was like a super cute orange kitty, but this one, it really seems more of a, like, demanding you hang in there. Like it's in black, like it doesn't really look like a kitty trying to, like, give you more. It looks more like De Niro and Cape Fear doing, like, pull-ups in a cell and being like, I will you up. Like, that is not, that cat. That cat would, if you died, that cat would eat you and crawl inside and go to sleep. Although I guess most cats would. All right, look. I don't like these terrorists and killers having such vibrant digital trails. I don't want them to be relatable. The Cybertruck bomber guy.
You see some of the photos on Facebook. He did a lot of traveling. There's the one photo of him that was actually taken in Thailand.
I nap. And look at Luigi Mangione. This guy was a hooded professional assassin with a silencer, and now we got to watch him deliver the valedictory speech at his high school?
As I conclude my speech, I have to remember that a valedictory, by definition, is a farewell.
By the way, where did that kid go to high school? They all look like extras in a consent video. I'm not trying to be a dick, but it looks like everybody in the background looks like they're about to go like, all right, girls, who wants some grain alcohol? And now we all got to wait around on pins and needles for their motive. Have to know why. What's the road from real estate wannabe to the West is decadent? And they have left manifestos, but their manifestos suck. Luigi Mangione, who was allegedly so obsessed with healthcare costs that it drove him to murder, here's what he wrote in his manifesto.
Frankly, I do not pretend to be the most qualified person to lay out the full argument.
I'm just the muscle. I'm not the idea. I don't know anything about it. I just know, you know. Finally, someone willing to stand up for what he isn't really sure he believes in. To be quite honest, I urge the news media, don't even call these manifestos. These are an insult to manifestos. Throwing something down on your notes app is not a manifesto. You know what? Say what you want about Ted Kaczynski. The man put in the work. Cabin with no plumbing, 35,000 words, old school typewriter, double-spaced, bibliography, table of contents. I think it had been blurbed by other crazy people. If you have to read one manifesto this year, Charles Manson. These other guys are out there, hey, ChatGPT, write me a concise screed against the healthcare industry as though it were a Drake rap. Like, this is... The point is, I don't know what's going on here. Where normal-seeming people have a setback in their life, end up online, down some rabbit hole, the algorithm amplifies their anger and fears, and all of a sudden, you're releasing a half-assed manifesto and shooting the place up. It doesn't have to be this way. So a plea to all the would-be terrorists that are out there. Hey, girl. Down on your luck? Girlfriend left you, job's a dead end? Spending a lot of time watching whatever YouTube autoplay is showing you? And now you've got some ideas. How about you don't kill everybody? Just do what everybody else does in that situation. Get a podcast. That way, nobody dies. You get a podcast, nobody dies, you can still terrorize people. And no, I do not want to be on it.
When Donald Trump won in November, it was largely on the promise of improving the everyday lives of American people, from fixing inflation after it was already fixed to fighting the nationwide crime wave that he made up. And today, in a press conference from Mar-a-Lago, Trump announced one of those common sense kitchen table policies that Americans have been waiting for.
We're going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America.
There's nothing more powerful than you making your thing happen, really going for it.
This has nothing to do with national security fears. This has nothing to do with misinformation that TikTok is causing, and everything to do with TikTok being a Chinese-operated company that is literally sucking up the rest of the social media marketplace. They either want to be able to control TikTok and forcibly sell it to an American, or they want to just like eradicate it so that people just use Instagram Reels and YouTube Shorts. They've all made their competitive product. All right, SCOTUS is hearing oral arguments about banning TikTok. Yeah, this is how they're making the plea. Look at these cool answers.
It's one of the most popular social media apps in America with an estimated 100 million users. Home to viral moments and everything from how-to tutorials.
You have to make these chopped Italian sandwiches. These
to fashion and beauty trends.
These over here are the Cyber Monday deals I'm low-key looking at.
But in just 9 days.
Oh, by the way, they are going to come after Tencent. They're going to come after League of Legends. I'm just letting you know right now. I am letting you know right now. They're going to come after League of Legends. They're going to come after Valorant. They're going to come after the drone producers. What is it called? DJI or whatever, the Chinese drone manufacturers. They're going to come after Chinese router companies like TP-Link. I'm just letting you know. DJI, sorry, yeah. Yes, Marvel Rivals might be on the chopping block. I am letting you know right now, the way things are going, they're going to try to clamp down on anything and everything that is made in China. This panic is not going away. It is not going to subside. It is going to get much worse. Let's continue.
The Chinese government can force TikTok to hand over Americans' data and use the app to spread misinformation. TikTok denies those claims, saying its American operations are separate and argues.
I was going to wait a little bit longer before fully diving in on this, but I've talked about it on stream, tickling the subject here and there, with Elon Musk's weirdest lie so far about being a Path of Exile 2 top player. For as long as I can remember, Elon has always touted himself as basically a gaming god, where anytime he picks up the sticks, he becomes one of the best to ever do it. And he's been trying that with Path of Exile 2, puffing out his chest, popping his collar, letting people know that he has one of the top characters in the game. Which he does, except it's very clear from the live stream he did, it's not actually his character. He has one or a team of people that actually pilot this character, and they just give him permission to go on the account to flex it. It's not a hurricane machine conspiracy theory. It is beyond a shadow of a doubt true that Elon Musk does not play this game. His account that he showed is definitely not played by him. And it's very clear through the live stream, which we'll go through in a moment, because Quinn made a great video breaking it all down to show just how obvious it is.
So let's start off with some context. Elon Musk's character is currently level 97, aka rank 12 on hardcore, that's permanent death mode. Currently, what is their highest ranked player? They're level 97, same as Elon Musk. So, I mean, he effectively has been playing, pretty much just doing nothing except playing Path of Exile. So let's just go over some of the things that happened.
The reason I wanted to wait a little longer before diving into the spaghetti and meatballs of this is because I wanted to see Elon's response to it, because I know he's seen it. He is more addicted to social media than an Overwatch gooner. He is glued to this shit 24/7, so I am confident he is well aware that the entire gaming community is privy to his fraudulent claims of being one of the top Path of Exile players. And I just wanted to see how he would tackle that, because his responses are always glorious. It's always the most cringe shit imaginable, where he posts like an AI photo of himself as Iron Man. I am Irony Man. You call yourself the Joker, yet you can't take a joke. Ironic. And I wanted to see him do some garbage like that for this, but he hasn't yet, and I just really want to talk about it because it is so clownish.
And he opens up his bank, and he goes to a tab called Elon's Maps, which immediately is a little bit of a red flag, because I don't know why you would refer to yourself in third person, but okay, he does that. He then proceeds to walk up to his map device and go to put a map in. The literal first thing you learn upon getting to the end game is how to operate this map device. You're going to start off at a node, and then from that node you can go to adjacent connected maps. Now, Elon, he's trying to click.
Oh, he's trying to do the map that's not in the chain.
He's just clicking a map repeatedly, trying to access it. He was not eligible to enter that map.
I just want you guys to understand, this is one of the highest level hardcore characters in the game. He would have played thousands of maps at this point.
I don't know how many of you have ever subjected yourself to the torture of trying to watch an Elon Musk stream, but they are agonizing when he tries to stream a game, because it's like 30 minutes of actual nothing burgers where he will sit there AFK and all you get is just background noise. The banging of pans sounds like shit falling over. It's like listening to Legos exploding, and then he'll like occasionally talk, and he's still doing nothing, and then maybe he'll do like briefly one map. Watching Snoop Dogg stream when he left and just left it running for like a day was more entertaining than trying to sit through an Elon Musk Twitter stream. They're fucking brutal. So Quinn, going through this, cut out a lot of that, and when he's actually trying to play the game, he doesn't know what he's doing. So what he's showing here is he has that tab called Elon's Maps, which is a weird thing to do, but he's a quirky guy. Maybe he refers to himself in the third person. You could maybe try and conjure up some kind of argument there, because he is just so peculiar as an individual that he would do that. But the big smoking gun in this intro is that he doesn't even know how to use the in-game map. He doesn't know what he's doing. Like, I'm not even to that point in the game, yet looking at that map, I can tell you what is and is not accessible just through the basic understanding of how games work. He is clicking on a grayed out node. He is repeatedly clicking on it, expecting something different to happen. It's fucking grayed out, goofball. You clearly can't go there yet. But he doesn't understand it.
Anyone who's level 97 is... And you know, we're talking one of the most efficient players in the game, period. There is no way you would do that. Why just like sitting there like some sort of geriatric old man clicking this node, expecting something to happen, and then he finally kind of gives up after a while and then realizes his mistake. We then get a look at his inventory. So Elon Musk is stuck going into the map and with full bags. If you're an efficient player, you're going to clear a map, you're going to loot the valuable items,
and you're going to sell the trash, keep the good stuff, salvage the bad stuff. Everyone knows that. It's not just being an efficient player, it's just being a player in general. Elon Musk goes into it with a full inventory. You don't have to be a Path of Exile player to know that that's pretty stupid. If you're playing a game that revolves around getting loot, why would you go in with no ability of collecting loot? It doesn't make sense. Unless, of course, you're Elon, who doesn't actually play the game and can't wrap his head around that concept that, you know, having a full inventory kind of defeats the whole purpose. You'd want to get rid of your trash, or if all of that is just treasure, just absolute beautiful loot you don't want to part with, you'd put it in your stash. You wouldn't take it into the map with you because you need the space in your inventory. That is like actual basics. And he's already failing on the most fundamental aspects of playing not only this game, but any games even similar to it. It's actually a rookie mistake that I myself was making when I was first starting this game, where I was just taking unnecessary shit with me. I didn't realize just how quick and easy it was to just go store it or sell it. You can just click a single button, it'll make a portal to the town, and you can just sell it and then go right back through that portal to where you were. You don't lose any time or anything. It's not a hassle or a chore. And it's something that once you start playing the game, you become privy to. But Elon Musk doesn't really play this game, it seems. Yet, somehow has one of the top accounts in the whole fucking hardcore space. How odd.
So what I'm doing here is just boosting my shield before battle via meditation. Meditation before battle is always good.
And he starts killing monsters. He starts obliterating monsters with his character. But what becomes obviously apparent...
Chaos Orb, no loot filter.
Is like, no, he's just running past Chaos Orbs! He just ran past the Chaos Orb!
Chaos Orbs are one of the most important currencies, and they're also really rare. I have about 140 Exalts. I have like 9 Chaos Orbs, just so you guys understand.
This fucking goober doesn't even have the wherewithal to loot one of the most valuable currencies in the game with a Chaos Orb. So I'm 30 hours deep. I've seen one. I've seen one in 30 hours. And he just runs right by it. He doesn't know the game at all. The only thing he loots are completely meaningless waystones. They're not fully meaningless, but for where he's at in the game, it's not what you'd be prioritizing for loot. But the reason he's clicking the waystones is because those are what's highlighted. Meanwhile, Chaos Orb wasn't highlighted, so in Elon Musk's little like caveman brain, not shiny, not need. So he just ignores it. He doesn't know the game.
It's unfathomable for someone to be in the top ranks without loot filter. Yet Elon Musk, the god gamer, he doesn't play with a loot filter. The only thing Elon does pick up are maps, because the default in-game loot filter highlights those. Those things are worthless. The actual items of value that he should be picking up, that he would have had to pick up in order to get the gear, leave it on the ground. He gets to the boss, he's fighting the boss, and I want to say for about 10 seconds, he sits there and he's out of mana. Mana is a resource in this game where you need it in order to use your abilities. He just sits there, default attacking the boss without activating his mana flask. Anyone who's played the game and understands the character would understand, like, oh, I'm not doing any damage because I'm out of mana.
There's no explanation for him being bad at this character at this level. If he was the one that has been piloting it this whole journey, he would have mastered it. And what Quinn is pointing out is that he clearly hasn't. You can tell from his gameplay. When he's fighting this boss here, he is out of mana for an inexcusably long period of time. In Path of Exile 2, if you go out of mana, if you play League of Legends, you can immediately pop a mana flask and get it back to continue optimizing your DPS. He doesn't do that. His character is juiced out the wazoo, so he's able to get away with being so dog shit. But the fact that he doesn't pop his mana flask for like 10 seconds is crazy to me. And anybody who plays the game. It's not him being some kind of chess master galaxy braining this where he's being frugal with his mana. Well, actually, I made a calculation that it would be suboptimal if I had popped one of my fucking 20 mana flasks at this moment, because you wouldn't understand. I'm one of the top players in the game. I'm thinking, well, 5 steps ahead of you. It's just him just being bad. It's him being bad at this character, because it's not really his character. Whoever is piloting this account behind the scenes and boosting it lets Elon go on and do these really easy maps where even when he's super shit, he can get away with being bad and not be punished for it.
He then goes on to loot items off the ground. He starts dragging them into his bag. Like, I don't even know how to describe to you how painful that is to anyone who actually plays the game. And his bags are full and he just keeps clicking it over and over and over again. Nobody, not even people who are kind of noobs at the game, do this. I don't even think Elon Musk has done the campaign, honestly.
I also don't think he's finished the campaign, and I'm going to go a step further. I don't think he has ever really played an ARPG to a high level at all, including Diablo. Nobody, I mean actually nobody, is going to drag their loot into their bag once they spend any amount of hours in Path of Exile or Diablo or anything. No one's going to be doing that. That is a mistake that only your grandpappy would make if you sat him down to play this game, where you just slowly drag in the loot. Nobody fucking does that. So I really question the authenticity of his claims of being one of the top Diablo players through his own sheer blood, sweat, tears, and elbow grease and cum. I think something similar has been happening for him on Diablo, where he has people behind the scenes playing the game for him, and then he just goes on occasionally to do a couple maps to flex on Twitter streams.
My neighbor Brian was like, yo, where'd you get this knife? I'm like, Bespoke Postman.
I see you talking about Bespoke all the time. Is it worth it?
You tell them what you're into, then they find gear from small brands that you might not even have known about. There's no obligation to buy anything, and you have total control over whatever you get, whether you're...
you're also an innovator there.
Yeah, I've played a lot of video games.
You think about like StarCraft, any game where a lot of people are playing. To rise to the top, you have to be exceptional, period, as a human being.
Yeah.
There has to be something exceptional about you.
Yeah.
Are you in the top 20 in the world or top 20 wow, in Diablo?
Yeah.
A ton of people are calling this into question now after watching the Path of Exile stream because those are transferable skills. If you're really good at Diablo, you should at least be pretty good at Path of Exile. And he's just not. And he lacks the basic understanding of ARPG fundamentals. So how the fuck could he be one of the top Diablo players and be this clueless for Path of Exile? It just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't compute.
His settings on the map transparency are turned on by default. His life values are turned on. All these basic settings that anyone in the top 100 would do, he is not doing. Maps can effectively have different content on them, and that content will be signified by icons on the map. So it could be a map which has an expedition in it, a breach in it, or it could be corrupted. Elon starts looking through the atlas, and he finds a map with, I kid you not, 4 things on it.
There are 4 things there. So this one has a real risk of dying.
4 things. What are those things?
God, dude. 4 things. It's 4 things, dude.
You can't just write this off as him being lazy and trying to put it in layman's terms, because this stream of him flexing his Path of Exile 2 achievements isn't made for, you know, your uncle or something who's a big Elon meat swallower. This is like specifically catered to gamers. So it makes no sense that he would just write that off as just 4 things. And also, his settings make no sense for someone in the top 100. No loot filter and all of the basics still on. That's how I play. And I am nowhere near a top player in Path of Exile 2 at all. It doesn't work. That excuse of him just being lazy, it doesn't work. He could not achieve what he has in Path of Exile 2 with these settings and the way he approaches the game. It's clearly just not him that has got the character to this point. He doesn't know what those 4 things are, which is why he calls it that.
He then goes on to say, oh, kid you...
This is max difficulty on hardcore. If there's a way to get higher difficulty, I don't know what it is, but this is everything maxed out.
Path of Exile has boss fights and end-game bosses which are, quote-unquote,
I'm trying to just do a simple camera switch, but I don't know. It's turning out to be a little bit trickier. So apparently I need to restart my computer, so give me 1 sec. I'll be right back.